Hello, my dear sleepy listener. Welcome to Sleepy Crown, where history's quiet tales gently carry you into dreamland. Tonight, we embark on a peaceful journey through the remarkable life of Sweyn Forkbeard, the first Danish king to claim the English crown, a Viking ruler whose brief but powerful reign changed the course of English history forever. From the misty fjords of medieval Denmark to the ancient halls of Anglo-Saxon England, we'll explore how a rebellious Danish prince transformed himself into one of Europe's most formidable kings. Sweyn's story is one of ambition and revenge, of political genius and military brilliance, of a man who dared to challenge an entire kingdom and emerge victorious, if only for the briefest of moments. Before you drift away into peaceful slumber, I'd love to invite you to share your thoughts with our gentle community. Perhaps you have a favorite Viking king or queen from history, or maybe you're curious about other Danish rulers who shaped medieval Europe. Don't be shy. Leave a comment below sharing what fascinates you most about these ancient crowned heads, or tell us which historical period you'd love to hear about next. Your thoughts and suggestions help make our sleepy family even more wonderful, and I genuinely treasure reading every single comment you share. And if you find these soothing historical tales helpful for your rest, please take a moment to give this video a gentle like. It truly helps more people discover these peaceful stories. Don't forget to subscribe and ring that notification bell to keep these calming chronicles coming your way. Together, we're building a community of history lovers who appreciate the gentle art of learning while drifting toward sleep. So cozy up under your softest blankets, adjust your pillows just right, close your eyes, and let these gentle whispers from medieval Denmark and England lull you into the most restful sleep. If you're new here, welcome to the Sleepy Crown family. Tonight's journey promises to be both fascinating and wonderfully sleep-inducing. Our story tonight spans from 963 to 1014, barely 51 years in the vast tapestry of human history. Yet these decades witnessed the rise and brief triumph of a king whose impact resonated through generations. We'll softly explore how a Danish prince's quest for revenge transformed into a conquest that would establish Danish rule over England and pave the way for one of medieval Europe's most powerful maritime empires. This is the tale of Sweyn Forkbeard, a name that echoed through the great halls of kings and the humble cottages of common folk alike. Sweyn, later known as Sweyn Forkbeard, was born into a world where the North Sea served not as a barrier between kingdoms, but as a great highway connecting the emerging realms of medieval Scandinavia with the established wealth and power of Anglo-Saxon England. On the 17th day of April in the year 963, in the heart of the Danish realm, a child entered the world who would one day unite these maritime territories under a single crown, transforming the political landscape of Northern Europe in ways that would echo through the centuries. The Denmark of Sweyn's birth was a kingdom caught between two worlds, the ancient traditions of the Vikings and the new influences of Christian Europe. His father, Harald Bluetooth, ruled over a realm that stretched across the Jutland Peninsula and encompassed the countless Danish islands that dotted the waters like scattered gems between Scandinavia and the continental mainland. This was not yet the modern Denmark we recognize today, with its clearly defined borders and unified administration, but rather a complex collection of territories bound together by personal loyalty to the king, shared cultural traditions rooted in Norse heritage, and the practical necessities of defense against external threats and the coordination of profitable trade. Harald Bluetooth himself was a king of truly remarkable achievement, a ruler who had taken the scattered tribal territories of his forefathers and forged them into something approaching a genuine medieval kingdom. The great runestone at Jelling, which Harald erected as both a monument to his deceased parents and a declaration of his own accomplishments, proclaimed boldly in runic script that he had made the Danes Christian and won for himself all of Denmark and Norway. This massive stone monument, carved with intricate interlacing patterns and images that blended pagan and Christian symbolism, stood as an enduring testament to Harald's grand vision of a unified Christianized Scandinavian realm that could take its place among the great powers of medieval Europe. The royal court into which young Sweyn was born represented the very pinnacle of 10th century Danish society. This was a world where ancient Nordic traditions, stories of gods and heroes, complex codes of honor and loyalty, and the warrior culture that had produced the legendary Vikings mingled somewhat uneasily with the new Christian influences that Harald was actively promoting throughout his domains. The tension between these competing worldviews would shape not only Sweyn's childhood, but his entire approach to kingship and conquest. The physical environment of the Danish royal court during Sweyn's youth was both magnificent and practical. Unlike the stone castles that were beginning to appear in other parts of Europe, Danish royal residences were typically constructed using traditional Scandinavian building techniques. These were substantial wooden halls, built with massive timbers and featuring the distinctive high-peaked roofs that could shed the heavy snows of northern winters. The interior spaces were dominated by great hearths around which the royal household would gather for feasts, storytelling, and the conduct of official business. The walls of these halls were often decorated with elaborate carved panels that told stories from Norse mythology and history. Images of Odin, the all-father of the gods, Thor with his mighty hammer, and the great heroes of Scandinavian legend provided both artistic beauty and cultural continuity. Yet increasingly, these traditional decorations were joined by Christian symbols, crosses, images of saints, and biblical scenes that reflected Harald's commitment to the new faith. The court itself was a constantly bustling center of activity. Danish kings of this period ruled not from a single fixed capital, but through a system of royal progresses, moving seasonally between various royal estates throughout the realm. This peripatetic court served multiple functions. It allowed the king to maintain personal relationships with local leaders throughout his domains. It distributed the economic burden of supporting the royal household across different regions, and it enabled the king to personally oversee the administration of justice and the collection of royal revenues in all parts of his kingdom. For young Sweyn, this mobile court provided an education in the practical realities of medieval kingship that no amount of formal instruction could have matched. From his earliest years, he observed firsthand how his father navigated the complex relationships between the crown and the various jarls, chieftains, and other powerful men who controlled different regions of the kingdom. He witnessed the delicate balance required to maintain the loyalty of warriors who retained strong attachments to traditional ways while simultaneously cultivating relationships with Christian bishops and administrators who brought new ideas about governance and royal authority. The religious transformation that Harald was attempting to guide throughout Denmark created particularly complex challenges for royal authority. The Old Norse gods, Odin the Wise, Thor the Thunderer, Freyr the fertility god, and the rest of the rich pantheon that had guided Danish kings and their people for countless generations, were gradually being supplanted by the Christian God and his saints. This represented far more than simply a change in which deities received royal prayers and public worship. It constituted a fundamental transformation in how the kingdom understood itself, its relationship to the divine order, and its place within the broader community of European nations. Christian kings could form alliances and marriages with other Christian rulers throughout Europe, opening diplomatic and commercial opportunities that had been largely closed to pagan kingdoms. They could call upon the support and expertise of the Church, with its international network of educated clergy, its sophisticated administrative systems, and its scholars who could read and write in Latin, the language of learning, diplomacy, and record-keeping throughout medieval Europe. Christian kingdoms were seen as legitimate participants in the broader European political order, rather than as dangerous outsiders threatening the established Christian realms. However, this transformation also required abandoning or significantly modifying traditions and practices that had shaped Danish identity and culture for generations. Not all of Harald's subjects embraced these changes with enthusiasm, and the king had to carefully balance the pace and extent of Christianization to avoid provoking widespread resistance or rebellion among those who remained attached to the old ways. As Sweyn grew from infancy through his early childhood years, he would have observed these religious and cultural tensions playing out daily within the royal court. The king's closest advisors included both Christian bishops, many of them foreign-born missionaries, who had come to Denmark specifically to assist in the conversion process, and traditional Nordic warriors and counselors who had accepted Christian baptism primarily out of loyalty to their king, but who retained deep emotional and cultural connections to the ancestral faith of their fathers. The young prince would have participated in both Christian religious observances and traditional seasonal celebrations that, while officially Christianized, retained many elements of their pre-Christian origins. This dual religious heritage would profoundly influence Sweyn's later approach to ruling over populations that included both enthusiastic Christians and those who maintained stronger attachments to older traditions. The physical environment of Sweyn's childhood was fundamentally shaped by Denmark's unique geographical position and character. Unlike the vast inland territories ruled by Frankish, German, or Eastern European monarchs, the Danish kingdom consisted primarily of a complex network of peninsulas, islands, and coastal settlements that were connected and unified by the sea, rather than by overland routes. The Baltic Sea to the east and the North Sea to the west were not barriers to be overcome, but rather highways that facilitated communication, trade, and military movement throughout the Danish realm and beyond. From his very earliest years, Sweyn would have been intimately familiar with ships and seafaring. Danish vessels of this period represented the pinnacle of Scandinavian shipbuilding expertise, craft that were equally capable of carrying peaceful merchants with their valuable cargoes across calm waters or transporting fierce warriors swiftly and silently to distant battlefields. The distinctive dragon-headed longships that served as royal vessels were both practical tools of statecraft and powerful symbols of royal authority that could inspire awe and fear in equal measure. The young prince's education during these formative years would have included not only the practical skills of seamanship and navigation, but also an understanding of the broader strategic importance of maritime power to Danish royal authority. Control of the seas around Denmark was essential not only for defense against potential invaders, but also for the regulation and taxation of the profitable trade that flowed between the emerging kingdoms of Eastern Europe, the established Carolingian territories to the south, and the wealthy Anglo-Saxon kingdoms that lay across the North Sea. This maritime commercial network carried an incredible variety of goods from across the known world. From the fur-rich forests of northern Scandinavia came the pelts of bears, wolves, and rare Arctic foxes that were prized by wealthy nobles throughout Europe. The silver mines of Germany produced the precious metal that served as the primary medium of exchange for high-value transactions throughout the Baltic region. From the distant Byzantine Empire came luxury goods, silk fabrics, exotic spices, precious gems, and beautiful goldwork that demonstrated both the wealth and the sophisticated tastes of those who possessed them. Understanding and controlling this complex web of commercial relationships was crucial to royal power in medieval Denmark. The customs duties, protection fees, and other revenues generated by this international trade provided a substantial portion of the royal treasury's income, funding not only the day-to-day operations of the royal court, but also the military forces necessary to maintain Danish independence and expand Danish influence throughout the region. As Sweyn approached his 10th birthday, the question of his future role and preparation for eventual kingship became increasingly important within the royal court. Danish royal succession during this period did not follow the strict primogeniture rules that governed inheritance in some other European kingdoms, while being the king's eldest son certainly provided significant advantages and marked one as the most likely heir. Ultimate succession often depended on demonstrating the personal qualities and capabilities necessary for effective leadership, and on winning the active support of the kingdom's most powerful and influential men. This meant that young Sweyn could not simply assume that he would automatically inherit the throne upon his father's death. Instead, he needed to prove himself worthy of the crown through his own achievements and character. He would need to demonstrate courage and skill in battle, wisdom and fairness in council, and the personal charisma necessary to inspire fierce loyalty among both common warriors and powerful nobles. The royal court became his primary training ground for developing and displaying these essential leadership qualities. The education of a future Danish king during this period was remarkably comprehensive and practical. Unlike the more theoretical and classical education that might be provided to the sons of some other European rulers, Sweyn's training focused heavily on the skills and knowledge that he would actually need to govern effectively. This included not only traditional martial skills, but also the complex arts of diplomacy, negotiation, and alliance building that were essential to maintaining power in the interconnected world of medieval Northern Europe. Military training occupied a central and highly visible place in Sweyn's education. Danish warfare in the late 10th century was becoming increasingly sophisticated, combining the traditional Viking emphasis on individual prowess and the devastating effectiveness of seaborne raids with new influences from continental European military practice. The young prince would have learned not only the personal combat skills expected of any warrior, swordplay, spear fighting, archery, and the use of shields and armor, but also the strategic and tactical knowledge necessary to command large military forces in complex, extended campaigns. The Danish military system of this period relied heavily on the institution known as ledung, a sophisticated form of naval conscription that allowed the king to mobilize ships, crews, and warriors from throughout the realm for major military undertakings. Understanding how to effectively mobilize these forces, coordinate their movements across vast distances, maintain their loyalty and morale during extended campaigns, and deploy them effectively against various types of enemies required considerable skill, experience, and political acumen. Naval warfare remained absolutely central to Danish military doctrine and practice, reflecting the maritime character of the Danish kingdom itself. However, land-based military operations were becoming increasingly important as well, particularly as Denmark's neighbors developed stronger fortifications and as the Danes themselves sought to conquer and hold territory rather than simply conducting traditional hit-and-run raids. The construction and siege of fortifications, the coordination of cavalry and infantry forces, and the logistics of supplying large armies during extended overland campaigns all required different skills and knowledge from those needed for traditional seaborne warfare. Sweyn would have studied both approaches to warfare extensively, preparing himself for the diverse military challenges he might face as king. This education was not merely theoretical. The young prince would have accompanied his father on various military expeditions, initially as an observer, but gradually taking on more active and responsible roles as he demonstrated his competence and maturity. The royal court also provided numerous opportunities for the future king to observe statecraft and diplomacy in action. Foreign ambassadors regularly visited Harald's court, bringing news from distant kingdoms and conducting negotiations on matters of mutual interest, trade agreements, military alliances, territorial boundaries, marriage arrangements, and the countless other issues that required coordination between independent kingdoms. These diplomatic encounters offered Sweyn invaluable lessons in the arts of negotiation, the careful balance of competing interests that govern international relations, and the importance of maintaining reliable information about the intentions and capabilities of potential allies and enemies. Trade relationships were particularly crucial to Denmark's prosperity and security, and Sweyn would have learned to appreciate both the economic foundations of royal power and the diplomatic skills necessary to maintain profitable commercial relationships. Denmark's strategic geographical position made it a natural center for commerce between the Baltic and North Sea regions, but maintaining this lucrative position required careful and continuous diplomacy with competing powers who might attempt to control, redirect, or disrupt these vital trade routes. Religious and cultural developments continued to shape daily life at the royal court throughout Sweyn's childhood and adolescence. The establishment of formal bishoprics at major Danish centers brought learned Christian clergy into regular contact with the royal family and the highest levels of Danish society. These bishops served not merely as religious leaders responsible for the spiritual welfare of Christian Danes, but also as experienced administrators, trusted advisors, and invaluable links to the broader intellectual and political currents flowing throughout medieval Christian Europe. The tension between traditional Danish culture and the new Christian influences created a complex and sometimes contradictory cultural environment that would profoundly shape Sweyn's worldview and his later approach to kingship. On one hand, he was raised with deep respect for the ancient Nordic traditions that had shaped Danish identity for countless generations, the heroic values celebrated in traditional poetry and storytelling, the complex codes of honor and loyalty that governed relationships between warriors and their leaders, and the fierce independence and self-reliance that had enabled the Danes to maintain their freedom against larger and more powerful neighbors. On the other hand, he was also exposed to Christian teachings about kingship, justice, and the proper relationship between rulers and their subjects that differed significantly from traditional Nordic concepts. Christian political theory emphasized the king's responsibility to protect the weak, to ensure justice for all his subjects regardless of their social status, and to rule according to divine law, rather than simply according to his personal will or the demands of his most powerful supporters. This dual cultural heritage created both opportunities and challenges for the young prince. The traditional Nordic emphasis on personal prowess and the importance of winning glory through great deeds remained highly valued throughout Danish society, and any future king would need to demonstrate these qualities to win and maintain the loyalty of Danish warriors. At the same time, the new Christian influences opened possibilities for diplomatic and cultural relationships with other European kingdoms that could significantly enhance Danish power and prosperity. The court environment also provided Sweyn with extensive exposure to the practical challenges of governing a complex medieval kingdom. Medieval Danish society was stratified into several distinct social groups, each with its own interests, traditions, and expectations regarding royal authority. The highest level consisted of the great jarls and chieftains who controlled substantial territories and commanded the loyalty of significant numbers of warriors. These men were essentially autonomous rulers within their own domains, and their continued loyalty to the crown depended largely on their confidence that the king could provide effective leadership, profitable opportunities for their followers, and protection against external threats. Below this aristocratic elite were the substantial farmers and ship owners who formed the backbone of Danish society and provided much of the kingdom's economic productivity. These men were free landowners who owed military service to their local lords and ultimately to the king, but who also possessed significant legal rights and political influence within their local communities. Their support was essential for royal authority, but it could not be taken for granted and had to be continuously earned through effective governance and successful leadership. At the bottom of Danish society were the various categories of unfree workers, slaves captured in raids and wars, debt bondsmen who had lost their freedom through economic misfortune, and others whose legal status placed them under the direct authority of their masters. While these individuals had little direct political influence, their labor was essential to the kingdom's economic productivity, and their treatment reflected on the moral authority of their ultimate sovereign, the king. Managing the relationships between these different social groups, balancing their competing interests and demands, and maintaining the delicate equilibrium that enabled the kingdom to function effectively required exceptional political skill and sensitivity. Sweyn would have observed his father grappling with these challenges on a daily basis, learning through direct observation how successful kingship required not only military prowess and personal charisma, but also careful attention to the practical details of administration and governance. The international context within which Danish royal power operated was also becoming increasingly complex during Sweyn's youth. The Carolingian Empire that had dominated much of continental Europe during the previous century was fragmenting into competing successor kingdoms, creating both opportunities and dangers for Danish expansion. The German kingdoms were becoming more powerful and better organized, posing potential threats to Danish independence, but also offering possibilities for profitable alliance or conquest. To the west, across the North Sea, the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of England presented a particularly intriguing combination of opportunity and challenge. England was wealthy, with productive agricultural lands, thriving commercial centers, and accumulated treasures that made it an attractive target for ambitious rulers. However, it was also well defended, with experienced military forces and sophisticated fortifications that would make conquest difficult and expensive. The English kingdoms had their own complex political dynamics, with periodic conflicts between different royal houses and ongoing tensions between the various Anglo-Saxon kingdoms and the Danish settlers who had established themselves in eastern England during previous centuries. Understanding these internal English politics would prove crucial to Sweyn's later campaigns, but already during his youth, he would have been learning about English strengths and weaknesses through the reports of traders, diplomats, and occasional military expeditions. As Sweyn progressed through his teenage years, his father began involving him more directly in the practical responsibilities of kingship. This included not only military commands and diplomatic missions, but also the routine administrative work that was essential to effective royal government. Medieval kings were expected to personally oversee the dispensation of justice, the collection of revenues, the maintenance of fortifications, and countless other tasks that required both practical knowledge and sound judgment. The young prince would have learned to evaluate the competing claims and evidence presented in legal disputes, to assess the reliability of various sources of information about distant events, to calculate the costs and benefits of different policy options, and to present his own decisions in ways that would win acceptance and support from those who would be responsible for implementing them. These skills were not glamorous or dramatic, but they were absolutely essential for successful kingship in the complex and demanding world of medieval Europe. By the time Sweyn reached young adulthood, he had received what was arguably one of the most comprehensive and practical educations in statecraft available anywhere in 10th century Europe. He understood both the traditional Nordic foundations of Danish royal authority and the newer Christian and European influences that were reshaping the political landscape throughout the region. He had observed successful diplomacy and military leadership firsthand, and he had begun to develop his own ideas about how Danish power might be expanded and enhanced. Most importantly, perhaps, he had learned to think strategically about the long-term challenges and opportunities facing the Danish kingdom. The world of his father's generation had been dominated by the need to consolidate Danish territory and establish the legitimacy of Christian kingship among a population that retained strong attachments to traditional ways. The world that Sweyn would inherit as king would present different challenges: the need to compete effectively with increasingly powerful neighbors, to take advantage of political instability in other kingdoms, and to transform Denmark from a strong regional power into a dominant force capable of shaping the political development of Northern Europe as a whole. These lessons and experiences would prove invaluable when Sweyn eventually claimed the throne and began the ambitious campaigns that would make him not only King of Denmark, but also King of Norway and, ultimately, King of England. The patient, careful preparation of his youth had equipped him with both the practical skills and the strategic vision necessary to achieve conquests that would have seemed impossible to earlier generations of Danish rulers. Yet even as his education and preparation continued, tensions were beginning to develop between father and son that would eventually erupt into open conflict and fundamentally alter the course of both their lives. The very thoroughness of Sweyn's education and the confidence it had given him in his own capabilities would soon lead him to question his father's policies and to develop his own ambitious plans for the future of the Danish kingdom. The years of Sweyn's adolescence and young adulthood were marked by his father's continued efforts to consolidate and expand Danish power throughout the Baltic region, achievements that provided both inspiration and an increasingly challenging standard for the growing prince to match or exceed. Harald Bluetooth's reign had transformed Denmark from a collection of loosely affiliated territories into a unified kingdom that commanded respect throughout medieval Europe, and the magnificent monuments and institutions that he established served as constant reminders of what royal authority could accomplish when properly focused and effectively organized. The impressive ring fortresses that Harald constructed throughout the Danish realm represented perhaps the most visible and enduring symbols of this transformation. These remarkable structures, with their perfectly circular ramparts and precisely planned internal buildings, demonstrated a level of administrative sophistication and organizational capability that few European kingdoms of the period could match. The fortress at Trelleborg, with its precise geometric layout and massive earthwork defenses, could house several hundred warriors along with their equipment and supplies. Similar fortifications at Firkat, Aggersborg, and other strategic locations created a network of strongholds that secured Danish territory against external invasion, while also serving as administrative centers for royal government. For young Sweyn, these fortifications provided concrete examples of what royal authority could achieve when backed by sufficient resources and effective organization. They represented not merely military strength, but also the ability to mobilize thousands of workers for massive construction projects, to coordinate the transportation of materials across vast distances, and to maintain these expensive installations over extended periods. The scale and sophistication of these undertakings would have impressed upon the prince the importance of developing robust administrative systems and maintaining the economic foundation necessary to support ambitious royal projects. The process of Christianization that Harald had initiated throughout the Danish realm continued to evolve during Sweyn's formative years, but it proceeded unevenly across different regions and social groups within the kingdom. While the royal court itself had become increasingly Christian in its outward observances and official practices, Many rural areas and traditional warrior communities maintained stronger attachments to ancestral religious traditions. This created a complex religious and cultural landscape that required careful navigation by anyone aspiring to effective royal leadership. The influence of Christianity extended far beyond mere religious observance to affect fundamental concepts of royal authority and governmental legitimacy. Christian political theory, as developed by church scholars and theologians throughout Europe, emphasized the divine nature of royal authority, the idea that kings ruled by God's direct appointment and were therefore responsible to divine law for their exercise of power. This represented a significant departure from traditional Scandinavian concepts of kingship, which had emphasized the king's role as the most successful and capable warrior among his peers, rather than as a divinely appointed ruler set apart from ordinary humanity. This theological transformation had important practical implications for how kings related to their subjects and how they justified their policies and decisions. Christian kings were expected to demonstrate their worthiness for divine favor through their protection of the weak, their pursuit of justice, and their support for the church and its charitable activities. They were also expected to show appropriate humility before God and to acknowledge that their earthly authority was temporary and contingent upon divine approval. For Sweyn, these evolving concepts of Christian kingship created both opportunities and challenges. On one hand, Christian political theory could provide powerful justification for strong royal authority and for ambitious projects aimed at expanding the kingdom's power and influence. Christian kings could claim divine sanction for their wars against pagan enemies, and they could appeal to religious solidarity with other Christian rulers to build diplomatic alliances and coordinate military campaigns. On the other hand, Christian kingship also imposed moral and practical constraints that could limit royal freedom of action. Christian ethics emphasized forgiveness, mercy, and the protection of enemies who surrendered or sought sanctuary. Christian political theory insisted that royal authority should be exercised for the benefit of all subjects, rather than merely for the king's personal advantage or the advantage of his closest supporters. Sweyn's education during these crucial years would have been remarkably comprehensive and practical, covering not only the traditional martial skills expected of any Scandinavian noble, but also the diplomatic, administrative, and cultural knowledge necessary to function effectively in the increasingly complex and interconnected world of medieval European politics. The young prince would have achieved fluency in multiple languages, as the cosmopolitan nature of the Danish royal court required regular communication with visitors, ambassadors, and potential allies from across Northern Europe. Latin had become essential for conducting diplomatic correspondence with other Christian kingdoms and for communicating with church officials who played increasingly important roles in Danish administration. The language of the Roman Empire and the Catholic Church served as the common tongue of educated Europeans, and mastery of Latin opened access to the broader intellectual and cultural traditions of medieval Christendom. Through Latin texts, Sweyn would have encountered not only Christian theology and political theory, but also classical works of history, philosophy, and military strategy that could inform his understanding of statecraft and leadership. Old Norse remained the language of traditional Scandinavian culture and literature, connecting Sweyn to the rich heritage of stories, poems, and cultural traditions that continued to shape Danish identity, even as the kingdom became more thoroughly Christianized. The great sagas and heroic poems preserved in this ancient language provided both entertainment and moral instruction, celebrating the virtues of courage, loyalty, and honor that remained central to Scandinavian concepts of proper conduct for warriors and leaders. Various Slavic and Germanic dialects were also useful for conducting trade negotiations and diplomatic communications in the Baltic region. where Danish interests increasingly intersected with those of emerging kingdoms and principalities throughout Eastern Europe. The ability to communicate directly with potential allies and trading partners without relying entirely on interpreters provided significant advantages in the complex negotiations that governed international relationships during this period. Military training occupied a central and highly visible place in Sweyn's preparation for eventual kingship. Danish warfare during the late 10th century was undergoing significant evolution, combining traditional Viking emphasis on individual prowess and the devastating effectiveness of surprise seaborne attacks with newer tactical and strategic concepts derived from continental European military practice. The result was a uniquely Danish approach to warfare that could adapt flexibly to different types of conflicts and enemies. The young prince would have mastered all the personal combat skills expected of a Scandinavian warrior: swordplay with both single-handed and two-handed weapons, spear fighting for both mounted and foot combat, archery with the powerful composite bows that were becoming increasingly common among Scandinavian forces, and the effective use of shields, helmets, and other protective equipment. These individual skills were not merely practical necessities, but also important symbols of the warrior virtue that remained central to concepts of legitimate royal authority throughout Scandinavian society. However, Sweyn's military education extended far beyond personal combat skills to encompass the strategic and tactical knowledge necessary to command large military forces in complex, extended campaigns. Danish military organization during this period relied heavily on the sophisticated system known as leding, which enabled the king to mobilize naval forces from throughout the realm for major military undertakings. Understanding how to effectively coordinate these mobilizations, how to maintain discipline and morale among diverse forces drawn from different regions and social backgrounds, and how to deploy combined arms effectively against various types of enemies required considerable study and practical experience. The leding system itself represented one of the most advanced military institutions of medieval Europe, demonstrating the administrative sophistication that Danish society had achieved under Harald Bluetooth's leadership. Each coastal district was required to provide and maintain a certain number of warships along with their crews and equipment. These vessels were built according to standardized specifications that ensured compatibility and effectiveness when operating together as a fleet, and their crews were trained according to common procedures that facilitated coordination during actual military operations. When the king issued a call for military service, local commanders throughout the realm would mobilize their assigned ships and crews, assembling at designated locations where they would be organized into larger tactical units for specific campaigns. The speed and efficiency with which these mobilizations could be accomplished gave Danish forces significant advantages over enemies who relied on less sophisticated military systems. Naval warfare remained absolutely fundamental to Danish military doctrine, reflecting both the maritime geography of the Danish kingdom and the continued importance of seaborne mobility for projecting Danish power throughout the Baltic and North Sea regions. However, land-based military operations were becoming increasingly important as well, particularly as Denmark's neighbors developed stronger fortifications, and as Danish strategic objectives shifted toward the conquest and permanent occupation of territory, rather than traditional hit-and-run raiding. The construction, siege, and defense of fortifications required different skills and knowledge from those needed for naval operations or traditional open-field battles. Engineering techniques for building and destroying fortified positions, the logistics of supplying large forces during extended siege operations, and the coordination of different types of military specialists, engineers, artillerymen, cavalry, and infantry, all demanded careful study and practical experience. Sweyn would have participated in various military campaigns alongside his father and other experienced commanders, initially serving as an observer and messenger, but gradually assuming more active and responsible roles as he demonstrated his competence and maturity. These practical experiences were invaluable for understanding the difference between theoretical military knowledge and the chaotic realities of actual warfare, where unexpected developments, equipment failures, weather conditions, and enemy countermeasures could rapidly invalidate even the most carefully prepared plans. The royal court also provided extensive opportunities for the future king to observe statecraft and diplomacy in action. Medieval Danish kingship required constant attention to the complex web of relationships that connected the Danish crown with other European rulers, and the skills necessary for effective diplomatic activity were quite different from those required for military leadership or domestic administration. Foreign ambassadors and envoys regularly visited Harald's court, bringing news from distant kingdoms and conducting negotiations on the countless issues that required coordination between independent political entities. These diplomatic encounters covered an enormous range of subjects: formal military alliances against common enemies, trade agreements that regulated commercial activity between different kingdoms, territorial boundaries and the rights of passage across disputed regions, marriage arrangements that could cement political relationships between royal families, and the resolution of specific disputes that might arise between Danish subjects and the subjects of other rulers. For young Sweyn, these diplomatic activities provided invaluable lessons in the arts of negotiation, compromise, and strategic communication. Effective diplomacy required not only detailed knowledge of Danish interests and capabilities, but also accurate understanding of the motivations, constraints, and decision-making processes that influence the behavior of other kingdoms. Successful negotiation often depended on finding creative solutions that could satisfy the essential needs of all parties, while avoiding commitments that might prove impossible to fulfill, or that might conflict with other Danish obligations and relationships. The delicate balance of competing interests that governed international relations during this period meant that even apparently minor diplomatic decisions could have far-reaching consequences for Danish security and prosperity. A trade agreement that seemed economically advantageous might inadvertently strengthen a potential enemy or create dependencies that could be exploited during future conflicts. A military alliance that provided short-term security benefits might entangle Denmark in distant conflicts that offered little direct benefit to Danish interests. Trade relationships were particularly crucial to Denmark's continued prosperity and strategic independence, and Sweyn would have learned to appreciate both the economic foundations of royal power and the diplomatic skills necessary to maintain profitable commercial networks. Denmark's strategic geographical position made it a natural hub for commerce between the Baltic and North Sea regions, connecting the emerging kingdoms of Eastern Europe with the established commercial centers of Western Europe, and facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultural influences across vast distances. The maintenance of these profitable commercial relationships required continuous diplomatic attention and occasional military intervention to protect Danish merchants and trading partners from piracy, predatory taxation by competing powers, or outright commercial warfare designed to redirect trade routes through territories controlled by Danish rivals. Understanding the complex interplay between commercial and political relationships was essential for any Danish king who hoped to maintain the kingdom's prosperity and independence. Religious and cultural developments continued to transform Danish society throughout Sweyn's adolescence and young adulthood, creating both opportunities and challenges for royal authority. The establishment of formal bishoprics at major Danish centers had brought learned Christian clergy into regular contact with the highest levels of Danish society, introducing new ideas about governance, law, and social organization. while also creating new institutional structures that could either support or challenge royal authority. These bishops served multiple functions that extended far beyond their primary religious responsibilities. As educated men, with connections throughout the broader European Christian community, they provided the Danish crown with access to information, ideas, and potential alliances that might otherwise have remained unavailable. As administrators with experience in managing complex institutions, they could assist with various governmental functions that required literacy, record-keeping, and systematic organization. As moral authorities with influence over Christian Danish subjects, they could either legitimize royal policies or create serious obstacles to their implementation. The relationship between royal and ecclesiastical authority during this period was necessarily complex and sometimes tense. Christian political theory generally supported the concept of strong royal authority as part of the divinely ordained social order, but it also insisted that royal power should be exercised according to Christian moral principles and in cooperation with church leadership, rather than in opposition to it. Kings who came into serious conflict with their bishops risked not only domestic opposition, but also intervention by the Pope and other external Christian authorities. For Sweyn, these evolving relationships between crown and church created a complex environment that required careful navigation. On one hand, the support of Christian bishops could provide valuable legitimacy for royal policies and access to the broader European Christian community. On the other hand, excessive dependence on church support might limit royal freedom of action or create vulnerabilities that could be exploited by enemies who possessed their own ecclesiastical allies. The cultural tensions between traditional Danish heritage and newer Christian influences remained particularly complex throughout this period. While the royal court and the highest levels of Danish society had largely adopted Christian practices and beliefs, substantial segments of the population retained strong emotional and cultural attachments to ancestral traditions. This was especially true among the warrior classes, whose identity and social status depended heavily on concepts of honor, courage, and loyalty that had deep roots in pre-Christian Scandinavian culture. Managing these cultural divisions required exceptional political sensitivity and skill. Royal policies that appeared to favor Christian interests at the expense of traditional values might provoke resistance or rebellion among influential groups whose support was essential for royal authority. Conversely, policies that seemed to compromise Christian principles might alienate church leaders and their followers, while also potentially damaging Denmark's relationships with other Christian kingdoms. Sweyn's education during this period included extensive exposure to both sides of this cultural divide. He participated in Christian religious observances and learned to appreciate the intellectual and diplomatic advantages that Christianity could provide for Danish royal authority. At the same time, he remained deeply connected to traditional Scandinavian cultural values and maintained close relationships with warriors and nobles who embodied these traditional ideals. This dual cultural heritage would prove invaluable when Sweyn eventually assumed royal authority and began the ambitious campaigns that would make him one of the most successful kings in Danish history. His ability to appeal effectively to both Christian and traditional constituencies within Danish society, and his understanding of how different cultural approaches could be used strategically to achieve specific political and military objectives, would give him significant advantages over rivals who were more narrowly committed to either traditional or Christian worldviews. The international context within which Danish royal power operated was also becoming increasingly complex and challenging during Sweyn's formative years. The fragmentation of the Carolingian Empire had created a patchwork of competing kingdoms throughout continental Europe, each seeking to expand its territory and influence at the expense of its neighbors. Some of these emerging powers, particularly the German kingdoms that were beginning to coalesce under strong royal leadership, pose potential threats to Danish independence and required careful monitoring and occasional military deterrence. To the west, across the North Sea, the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of England presented a particularly intriguing combination of opportunities and challenges for ambitious Danish rulers. England was undeniably wealthy, with productive agricultural regions, thriving commercial centres, and accumulated treasures that made it an attractive target for conquest or tribute extraction. The Anglo-Saxon kingdoms had developed sophisticated governmental institutions and maintained substantial military forces, but they were also divided by internal political conflicts that might be exploited by external enemies. The presence of substantial Danish populations in eastern England, descendants of earlier Viking settlers who had established the Danelaw during the previous century, created additional complexities and opportunities. These Danish communities maintained cultural and sometimes political connections to their Scandinavian homeland, and they could potentially serve as allies for Danish military expeditions against Anglo-Saxon royal authority. However, their situation was also precarious, as they remained a minority population within predominantly Anglo-Saxon kingdoms that might turn against them if relations between England and Denmark deteriorated. Understanding the complex internal politics of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, the loyalties and grievances of different English social groups, and the military and economic capabilities of potential English enemies would prove crucial for Sweyn's later campaigns against England. Already during his youth, he would have been studying these issues through the reports of Danish traders, diplomats, and occasional military expeditions that provided information about English strengths and vulnerabilities. As Sweyn progressed through his late teens and early 20s, his father began involving him more directly in the practical responsibilities of kingship, providing him with opportunities to demonstrate his capabilities while also ensuring that he gained the experience necessary for eventual royal leadership. This included not only prominent military commands and high-profile diplomatic missions, but also the routine administrative work that was essential to effective royal government, but that rarely attracted public attention or praise. Medieval kings were expected to personally oversee the dispensation of justice throughout their realms, hearing appeals from lower courts and resolving disputes that could not be settled at the local level. This judicial function required not only knowledge of Danish law and legal traditions, but also the practical wisdom necessary to balance competing claims, evaluate conflicting evidence, and reach decisions that would be accepted as fair by the various parties involved. Sweyn would have participated in numerous legal proceedings alongside his father, initially as an observer, but gradually taking more active roles in questioning witnesses, evaluating evidence, and formulating judgments. These experiences provided invaluable training in the analytical skills necessary for effective decision-making, while also demonstrating the prince's commitment to justice and his respect for Danish legal traditions. The collection of royal revenues was another crucial governmental function that required careful oversight and political sensitivity. Medieval Danish kings derived their income from a variety of sources: tribute payments from subordinate territories, customs duties on commercial transactions, fees for various royal services, and the agricultural productivity of royal estates. Managing these diverse revenue streams effectively required detailed knowledge of economic conditions throughout the realm, reliable information about the activities of royal administrators and tax collectors, and the political judgment necessary to balance the crown's financial needs against the economic burden imposed on Danish subjects. Sweyn's involvement in revenue collection and financial administration provided him with comprehensive understanding of the economic foundations of royal power, while also familiarizing him with the practical challenges of governing a large and economically diverse kingdom. These experiences would prove invaluable when he eventually assumed full royal authority and needed to fund the expensive military campaigns that would define his reign. The maintenance of fortifications and other military installations throughout the Danish realm required constant attention and substantial resources. The great ring fortresses that Harald had constructed were expensive to maintain and required regular updates and repairs to remain effective against evolving military threats. Smaller fortifications, harbours, naval bases, and weapons manufactories also needed continuous investment and oversight to ensure that Danish military forces remained capable of defending the kingdom and projecting power beyond its borders. Understanding the technical requirements of military engineering, the logistics of transporting materials and workers to remote construction sites, and the strategic considerations that govern decisions about where and how to invest limited resources in defensive preparations all required detailed study and practical experience. Sweyn's involvement in these activities provided him with comprehensive knowledge of Danish military capabilities and limitations, while also demonstrating his commitment to the kingdom's defense. By the time Sweyn reached full adulthood, he had received what was arguably one of the most comprehensive and practical educations in statecraft available anywhere in medieval Europe. He possessed detailed knowledge of Danish society, institutions, and traditions, but he also understood the broader European context within which Danish royal authority operated. He had mastered the traditional skills expected of a Scandinavian warrior and leader, but he had also acquired the diplomatic, administrative, and cultural knowledge necessary to function effectively in the increasingly complex world of Christian European politics. Most importantly, perhaps, he had begun to develop his own strategic vision for the future of the Danish kingdom. The world that he would inherit as king presented different challenges and opportunities from those that had confronted his father's generation. Harald Bluetooth had succeeded in unifying Danish territory, establishing the legitimacy of Christian kingship, and creating the institutional foundations necessary for effective royal government. The task facing Sweyn would be to build upon these achievements by expanding Danish influence beyond the traditional boundaries of the kingdom and establishing Denmark as a dominant power capable of shaping political development throughout Northern Europe. The patient, careful preparation of his youth had equipped Sweyn with both the practical skills and the strategic understanding necessary to pursue these ambitious objectives successfully. However, it had also given him confidence in his own judgment and capabilities that would soon bring him into conflict with his father's more cautious approach to kingship. The very thoroughness of his education and the breadth of his preparation would ultimately lead him to question Harald's policies and to develop his own plans for the future direction of Danish royal authority. This growing confidence and independence would soon erupt into open conflict between father and son, fundamentally altering the relationship between them and setting the stage for the dramatic events that would transform Sweyn from a dutiful prince into a rebellious leader, and ultimately into one of the most successful conquerors in medieval European history. The relationship between Harald Bluetooth and his ambitious son, Sweyn, began to deteriorate during the 980s, as the young prince's growing confidence in his own capabilities and his increasingly bold vision for Danish expansion came into conflict with his father's more cautious and conservative approach to kingship. What began as relatively minor disagreements over specific policies gradually evolved into fundamental differences about the proper direction for Danish royal authority, the appropriate pace of territorial expansion, and the balance between traditional Scandinavian values and newer Christian influences in royal decision-making. Harald Bluetooth had spent his entire reign focused on the enormous challenge of unifying and consolidating Danish territory, while simultaneously managing the complex cultural transformation involved in Christianizing a traditionally pagan kingdom. His achievements in these areas had been truly remarkable. He He had succeeded in creating a unified Danish kingdom with effective governmental institutions, sophisticated military capabilities, and increasingly productive economic relationships with other European powers. The great ring fortresses that dotted the Danish landscape, the flourishing trade networks that connected Denmark to markets throughout Northern Europe, and the successful integration of Christian and traditional elements in Danish culture, all stood as monuments to Harald's skill and vision as a ruler. However, by the 980s, these very successes had created new possibilities and challenges that Harald seemed reluctant to pursue aggressively. From Sweyn's perspective, his father's cautious approach to expansion was allowing valuable opportunities to slip away, while potentially dangerous enemies grew stronger and more confident. The fragmenting political situation throughout the Baltic region offered numerous possibilities for Danish territorial expansion and increased influence, but taking advantage of these opportunities required decisive action and a willingness to accept significant risks. The emerging kingdoms of Eastern Europe, the continuing political instability in parts of the former Carolingian Empire, and the apparent weaknesses in Anglo-Saxon England all presented potential targets for Danish expansion. But Harald seemed more interested in consolidating existing Danish holdings than in pursuing new conquests. From Harald's perspective, this cautious approach made perfect sense. He had spent decades building Danish unity and strength, and reckless military adventures could potentially undo all of his achievements if they failed, or if they provoked overwhelming opposition from more powerful enemies. Religious differences between father and son also contributed to their growing estrangement. Harald's conversion to Christianity had been motivated primarily by political considerations, the recognition that Christian kingship offered diplomatic and cultural advantages that could significantly enhance Danish power and security. His commitment to Christian principles was genuine but pragmatic, focused mainly on the ways that Christian institutions and practices could strengthen royal authority and improve Denmark's international position. Sweyn, while certainly not opposed to Christianity, maintained stronger emotional connections to traditional Scandinavian cultural values and was more skeptical about the political benefits of extensive Christianization. From his perspective, some of Harald's Christian policies seemed to weaken rather than strengthen Danish royal authority by alienating influential traditional constituencies and by creating unnecessary constraints on royal freedom of action. The young prince was particularly concerned about the growing influence of Christian bishops in Danish governmental affairs and the potential for external church authorities to interfere in Danish internal politics. These religious and cultural tensions came to a head over specific policy disagreements that highlighted the fundamental differences in outlook between father and son. Harald's increasingly close relationship with the German kingdoms, which were themselves becoming more powerful and more aggressive in their expansion efforts, worried Sweyn, who saw these relationships as potentially compromising Danish independence. The German kingdoms were certainly Christian, which facilitated diplomatic cooperation with Denmark, but they were also expansionist powers with their own territorial ambitions that might eventually conflict with Danish interests. Sweyn believed that Denmark needed to maintain its strategic independence and avoid becoming too closely aligned with any other major power, regardless of shared religious affiliations. He favored a more aggressive and opportunistic foreign policy that would take advantage of Danish military superiority to expand Danish territory and influence without regard for the religious or cultural affiliations of potential enemies or allies. The specific incident that triggered open conflict between Harald and Sweyn remains somewhat unclear in the historical sources, but it appears to have involved disagreements over military policy and the appropriate response to threats from neighboring kingdoms. Some sources suggest that Harald was reluctant to support military action, that Sweyn considered necessary for Danish security, while others indicate that Sweyn advocated for aggressive campaigns that Harald viewed as unnecessarily risky or potentially disastrous. What is clear is that by the mid-90s, these disagreements had evolved from private family tensions into public political divisions that threatened the stability of Danish royal authority. Sweyn had begun to develop his own network of supporters among Danish nobles and military commanders who shared his more aggressive vision for Danish expansion. These supporters were primarily traditional warriors who valued the prospect of profitable military campaigns and who were somewhat skeptical of Harald's Christian policies and his cautious approach to foreign relations. The Danish nobility during this period consisted primarily of successful military commanders who controlled substantial territories and commanded the loyalty of significant numbers of warriors. Their continued support for royal authority depended largely on their confidence in the king's ability to provide effective leadership, profitable opportunities for their followers, and protection against external threats. If they began to doubt the king's competence or to believe that alternative leadership might better serve their interests, they possessed both the motivation and the capability to support political change. Sweyn's growing influence among these crucial supporters of royal authority represented a serious threat to Harald's position. Medieval Scandinavian kingship was not based on abstract theories of divine right or hereditary legitimacy, but rather on the practical demonstration of leadership capabilities and the continuous maintenance of political support among the kingdom's most powerful men. If these supporters concluded that Sweyn would make a more effective king than Harald, they might well decide to transfer their loyalty to the younger man regardless of traditional obligations to the reigning monarch. Harald apparently recognized the seriousness of this challenge and attempted to maintain his authority through a combination of concessions to Sweyn's supporters and efforts to undermine the prince's growing influence. However, these tactics proved insufficient to resolve the fundamental differences between father and son, or to restore the political unity that was essential for effective royal government. The actual rebellion appears to have begun sometime around 986, when Sweyn openly challenged his father's authority and began organizing military forces for what amounted to a civil war within the Danish kingdom. The specific details of this conflict are not well documented in contemporary sources, but it seems to have involved both political maneuvering to win the support of influential nobles and actual military campaigns to control key territorial strongholds and strategic resources. Sweyn's rebellion was not simply a personal dispute between father and son, but rather a comprehensive challenge to Harald's policies and leadership style. The prince presented himself as a more effective defender of Danish interests and a more capable leader for future military campaigns against Denmark's enemies. He emphasized his commitment to traditional Scandinavian warrior values, while also demonstrating his understanding of the political and military innovations that could enhance Danish power. The rebellion succeeded with remarkable speed, suggesting that Sweyn had been carefully preparing for this confrontation, and that Harald's political position had become weaker than might have been apparent to outside observers. Within a relatively short period, Sweyn had gained control of substantial Danish military forces and had forced his father into a politically untenable position. Harald's response to his son's rebellion was apparently ineffective, possibly because he had underestimated the extent of Sweyn's support among influential Danish nobles, or because he was reluctant to engage in the kind of ruthless military action that might have been necessary to suppress the uprising. Medieval civil wars were typically brutal affairs that could devastate the territories where they were fought and could permanently weaken the kingdoms where they occurred by destroying economic productivity and eliminating experienced military leaders. Harald may have hoped that he could resolve the conflict through negotiation or compromise, rather than through the kind of comprehensive military campaign that would have been necessary to defeat Sweyn's forces decisively. However, this approach proved unsuccessful, as Sweyn appeared unwilling to accept any settlement that would have left Harald in effective control of Danish royal authority. The rebellion reached its climax with Harald's decision to flee the Danish kingdom, rather than continue the civil war. This represented a complete acknowledgement of political defeat, as medieval kings who abandoned their territories typically found it impossible to regain their authority, even if they managed to return with external military support. Harald's exile effectively ended his reign and transferred royal authority to Sweyn, regardless of any formal ceremonies or official recognition that might have followed. Harald's destination during his exile was apparently Wendland, a Slavic territory to the south of Denmark that maintained complex relationships with various Scandinavian and German kingdoms. His choice of this refuge suggests that he may have hoped to gain military support for an attempt to regain his throne, as the Wendish rulers had their own reasons for preferring a more compliant and less aggressive Danish king than Sweyn promised to be. However, Harald's death occurred shortly after his arrival in Wendland, sometime in late 986 or early 987, effectively ending any possibility of his restoration and confirming Sweyn's complete victory in their conflict. The specific circumstances of Harald's death are not clear from the available sources. Some suggest natural causes or illness, while others hint at possible violence or assassination. Regardless of the immediate cause, his death represented the definitive end of one era in Danish history and the beginning of another under his ambitious and capable son. Sweyn's successful rebellion against his father represented more than simply a change in royal personnel. It marked a fundamental shift in Danish royal policy and strategic orientation that would have far-reaching consequences for the entire Baltic region and beyond. Where Harald had pursued cautious consolidation and gradual expansion within a framework of Christian diplomacy, Sweyn would pursue aggressive territorial conquest and the establishment of Danish hegemony throughout northern Europe. The methods that Sweyn employed to achieve victory over his father also demonstrated his understanding of the political and military innovations that would characterize his later reign. He had succeeded in building a broad coalition of supporters united around a compelling vision of Danish expansion and prosperity. He had demonstrated his ability to organize and coordinate complex military operations involving forces drawn from throughout the Danish realm. Most importantly, perhaps, he had shown that he possessed the personal charisma and leadership capabilities necessary to inspire fierce loyalty among the warriors and nobles whose support was essential for successful kingship. The rebellion also revealed important information about the political dynamics within Danish society during this crucial period. The rapidity with which influential Danish nobles transferred their loyalty from Harald to Sweyn suggested that there had been widespread dissatisfaction with the older king's policies and leadership style. The traditional warrior classes, in particular, appears to have been eager for more aggressive military policies that would provide profitable opportunities for conquest and expansion. This political context would prove crucial for understanding Sweyn's later achievements as king. His successful campaigns against Norway, his repeated invasions of England, and his ultimate conquest of the Anglo-Saxon Kingdom were all built upon the foundation of domestic political support that he had established during his rebellion against Harald. The Danish nobles and warriors who had supported his seizure of power would continue to provide the military and political resources necessary for his ambitious foreign campaigns. The religious and cultural implications of Sweyn's victory were also significant for the future development of Danish society and royal policy. While Sweyn was not opposed to Christianity and would continue many of his father's policies regarding church relations and Christian institutions, his primary political support came from traditional warrior constituencies who valued military prowess and territorial expansion over religious reform and cultural transformation. This meant that Sweyn's reign would be characterized by a somewhat different balance between Christian and traditional elements in Danish culture, where Harald had emphasized the ways that Christianity could enhance Danish diplomatic and cultural relationships with other European kingdoms. Sweyn would focus more on the ways that effective military leadership and successful territorial expansion could advance Danish interests regardless of religious considerations. The international implications of Harald's overthrow and Sweyn's accession to power were also considerable. Other European kingdoms had developed relationships with Harald based on his particular approach to kingship and his specific foreign policy priorities. Sweyn's more aggressive and opportunistic approach to international relations would require these kingdoms to reassess their own policies toward Denmark and to prepare for the possibility of more frequent and serious military conflicts. The German kingdoms, in particular, would need to reconsider their relationships with Denmark in light of Sweyn's apparent skepticism about the benefits of close cooperation with Christian allies. The Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of England would soon discover that Sweyn's Denmark represented a far more serious and persistent threat than Harald's kingdom had ever posed. For Sweyn himself, victory in the civil war against his father represented both the culmination of his long preparation for kingship and the beginning of the most challenging and ambitious phase of his career. He had successfully demonstrated his political and military capabilities to his own subjects, but he now faced the enormous task of fulfilling the expectations that his victory had created among his supporters. The Danish nobles and warriors who had supported his rebellion expected profitable military campaigns, successful territorial expansion, and the kind of dynamic leadership that would enhance Denmark's power and prestige throughout Northern Europe. Meeting these expectations would require not only military skill and strategic vision, but also the diplomatic capability necessary to coordinate complex international relationships and the administrative competence necessary to manage an increasingly large and diverse kingdom. The foundation that Harald Bluetooth had established through his decades of careful consolidation and institution building would prove invaluable for Sweyn's later achievements, even though the son had rejected many of his father's specific policies and approaches. The unified Danish kingdom that Sweyn inherited, with its sophisticated military organization, productive economic relationships, and effective governmental institutions, provided the platform from which he could launch the ambitious campaigns that would make him one of the most successful conquerors in medieval European history. However, the manner of Sweyn's accession to power, through rebellion and civil war, rather than peaceful succession, also created ongoing challenges and vulnerabilities that would influence his entire reign. Having gained the throne through force, he would need to maintain his authority through continued demonstration of successful leadership and effective results. Any significant military failures or political setbacks could potentially encourage similar challenges to his own authority from ambitious rivals who might follow his example in seeking to overthrow a king whose policies they opposed. These dynamics would profoundly shape Sweyn's approach to kingship throughout his reign, driving him toward the kind of aggressive and successful military campaigns that would satisfy his supporters' expectations, while also deterring potential challenges to his authority. The ambitious territorial conquests that would define his legacy were thus rooted not only in his personal vision and capabilities, but also in the political necessities created by the circumstances of his rise to power. Sweyn's ascension to the Danish throne in 987 marked the beginning of one of the most dynamic and transformative reigns in medieval Scandinavian history. The young king, now in his early 20s, inherited a kingdom that his father had successfully unified and strengthened, but he also faced the enormous challenge of fulfilling the expectations that his dramatic seizure of power had created among his supporters throughout the Danish realm. The traditional warrior nobility, who had supported his rebellion against Harald Bluetooth, expected their new king to provide the kind of aggressive military leadership and profitable territorial expansion that would validate their decision to transfer their loyalty from father to son. The Denmark that Sweyn now ruled was, by the standards of 10th century Europe, a remarkably sophisticated and well-organized kingdom. The great ring fortresses that Harald had constructed provided both defensive security and administrative centers for royal government throughout the realm. The Danish navy, built around the advanced shipbuilding techniques that had made Scandinavian vessels the most effective warships in northern Europe, gave Sweyn the capability to project military power across vast distances with unprecedented speed and effectiveness. The kingdom's strategic position controlling access between the Baltic and North Seas provided enormous economic advantages through the regulation and taxation of international trade routes. However, these inherited advantages also came with corresponding responsibilities and challenges. The sophisticated military and administrative systems that made Danish power possible were also expensive to maintain and required continuous successful leadership to retain the loyalty of the various regional commanders and local nobles who actually controlled much of the kingdom's territory and resources. The international trade networks that generated substantial royal revenues were also vulnerable to disruption by competing powers or by political instability in other regions, requiring careful diplomatic attention and occasional military intervention to protect Danish commercial interests. Sweyn's first priority as king was necessarily the consolidation of his domestic political position and the demonstration of his capability to provide effective royal leadership. The success of his rebellion against Harald had proven his ability to organize military forces and win the support of influential nobles, but sustaining royal authority over the long term required ongoing achievement and the careful management of the complex relationships that held medieval kingdoms together. The Danish political system during this period was based fundamentally on personal relationships between the king and the various jarls, chieftains, and other powerful men who controlled different regions of the kingdom. These regional leaders maintained their own military forces, administered their own territories, and possessed considerable autonomy in their local affairs. Their loyalty to the crown depended primarily on their confidence in the king's ability to provide effective leadership, profitable opportunities for their followers, and protection against external threats. This meant that Sweyn needed to demonstrate his value to these crucial supporters through tangible achievements, rather than simply through abstract claims to legitimate authority. Medieval Scandinavian kings were expected to be successful war leaders who could provide their followers with opportunities for glory, plunder, and territorial expansion. They were also expected to be effective diplomats who could navigate the complex international relationships that govern trade, alliance, and territorial boundaries throughout Northern Europe. Sweyn's early years as king were therefore focused heavily on building and maintaining the domestic political coalition that would enable him to pursue his ambitious foreign policy objectives. This required not only successful military leadership, but also careful attention to the distribution of royal patronage, the resolution of disputes between different noble families, and the balance between royal authority and regional autonomy that was essential for political stability throughout the kingdom. The king's court, during this period, served multiple functions that extended far beyond the ceremonial and social activities that might be associated with royal residences in other types of political systems. The Danish royal court was simultaneously a military headquarters where campaign plans were developed and military resources were coordinated, a diplomatic center where international negotiations were conducted, and foreign intelligence was evaluated. an administrative hub where royal policies were formulated and governmental decisions were implemented, and a cultural focal point where Danish identity and values were celebrated and reinforced. The peripatetic nature of medieval Danish kingship meant that this court moved regularly throughout the kingdom, bringing royal authority and royal attention to different regions and communities on a rotating basis. This system served important political functions by ensuring that local leaders throughout the realm maintained direct personal relationships with the king, and by demonstrating royal interest in local affairs and regional concerns. It also served practical administrative functions by enabling the king to personally oversee the collection of royal revenues, the resolution of legal disputes, and the implementation of royal policies in all parts of his domain. For Sweyn, these royal progresses provided invaluable opportunities to strengthen his relationships with the regional leaders whose support was essential for his authority, while also gathering the information about local conditions and local attitudes that was necessary for effective governance. The king, who remained isolated in a distant capital, might lose touch with the political dynamics and practical challenges that affected his subjects' daily lives. But the king, who traveled regularly throughout his realm, could maintain the kind of direct personal relationships that formed the foundation of medieval royal authority. The military organization that Sweyn inherited from his father was based primarily on the sophisticated ledung system that enabled the Danish crown to mobilize naval forces from throughout the kingdom for major military campaigns. This system represented one of the most advanced military institutions in medieval Europe, combining administrative efficiency with tactical flexibility in ways that gave Danish forces significant advantages over most of their potential enemies. Under the ledung system, each coastal district throughout the Danish realm was required to provide and maintain a specific number of warships along with their trained crews and appropriate equipment. These vessels were built according to standardized specifications that ensured compatibility and effectiveness when operating together as coordinated fleets, and their crews were trained according to common procedures that facilitated tactical coordination during actual military operations. When the king issued a call for military service, local commanders throughout the realm would mobilize their assigned forces and assemble at designated locations where they would be organized into larger tactical units for specific campaigns. The speed and efficiency with which these mobilizations could be accomplished gave Danish military forces crucial strategic advantages in conflicts where rapid deployment and tactical surprise could determine the outcome of entire campaigns. However, the ledung system also imposed significant political and economic constraints on royal policy. The regional leaders who were responsible for maintaining ships and training crews expected their military service to result in profitable outcomes that would justify the expenses and risks involved. Unsuccessful campaigns or military adventures that failed to produce adequate compensation for the participants could undermine the political support that was essential for future mobilizations. This meant that Sweyn needed to choose his military objectives carefully, focusing on targets that offered realistic prospects for success and substantial opportunities for plunder or territorial gain. Purely defensive campaigns or extended military operations that produced little tangible benefit for the participants could potentially weaken royal authority by demonstrating the king's inability to provide effective leadership or profitable opportunities for his followers. The international context within which Sweyn's Denmark operated was becoming increasingly complex and competitive during the late 10th century. The fragmentation of the Carolingian Empire had created numerous smaller kingdoms throughout continental Europe, many of which were actively seeking to expand their territory and influence at the expense of their neighbors. The emerging German kingdoms were becoming particularly powerful and aggressive, pursuing territorial expansion and political hegemony throughout much of Central and Eastern Europe. To the east, the developing kingdoms of Poland, Bohemia, and other Eastern European territories offered both opportunities and challenges for Danish expansion. Some of these emerging powers might serve as useful allies in conflicts with common enemies, while others represented potential threats to Danish interests or attractive targets for Danish conquest. Understanding the complex and rapidly changing political dynamics throughout this region required continuous intelligence gathering and careful diplomatic analysis. To the west, across the North Sea, the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of England presented perhaps the most intriguing combination of opportunity and challenge for ambitious Danish rulers. England was undeniably wealthy, with productive agricultural regions, thriving commercial centres, substantial accumulated treasures, and sophisticated governmental institutions that could potentially be captured and utilized by successful conquerors. However, England was also well defended, with experienced military forces, extensive fortifications, and political institutions that could potentially organize effective resistance against foreign invasion. The presence of substantial Danish populations in eastern England, descendants of earlier Viking settlers who had established the Danelaw during the previous century, created additional complexities and opportunities for Danish policy. These Danish communities maintained cultural and sometimes political connections to their Scandinavian homeland, and they might potentially serve as allies or sources of information for Danish military expeditions against Anglo-Saxon royal authority. However, their situation was also precarious, as they remained a minority population within predominantly Anglo-Saxon kingdoms that might turn against them if relations between England and Denmark deteriorated significantly. Sweyn's analysis of these various international opportunities and challenges led him to develop a comprehensive strategic plan that would guide Danish foreign policy throughout his reign. Rather than focusing on a single target or pursuing random military adventures, the king developed a coordinated approach that would systematically expand Danish power and influence throughout the Baltic and North Sea regions, while building the foundation for even more ambitious conquests in the future. The first phase of this strategy involved the consolidation and expansion of Danish influence throughout the Baltic region, particularly through the conquest or subordination of neighbouring Scandinavian territories that could provide additional military resources and strategic advantages for future campaigns. The Norwegian kingdoms, with their experienced seafaring populations and strategic coastal positions, represented particularly attractive targets for Danish expansion. The Swedish kingdoms, while more distant and more difficult to conquer directly, offered opportunities for alliance or manipulation that could advance Danish interests without requiring major military commitments. The various Slavic territories along the southern Baltic coast provided potential sources of tribute, trade revenues, and military recruits that could strengthen Danish capabilities for larger conflicts. The second phase of Sweyn's strategic plan involved the systematic weakening and eventual conquest of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of England. This represented by far the most ambitious and potentially rewarding objective for Danish expansion, but it also required the most careful preparation and the most substantial commitment of Danish military and political resources. England's wealth and strategic position made it an enormously attractive target, but its military capabilities and political institutions also made it a formidable opponent that could not be conquered through traditional Viking raids or limited military expeditions. Conquering England would require a sustained campaign involving multiple invasions, the coordination of Danish military forces on an unprecedented scale, and the development of political alliances within England that could facilitate Danish success. The third phase of Sweyn's strategic vision involved the creation of a comprehensive North Sea empire that would unite Denmark, Norway, and England under Danish royal authority. This integrated kingdom would control the most important maritime trade routes in Northern Europe, while possessing the military and economic resources necessary to dominate political development throughout the entire region. Such an empire would represent a fundamental transformation in the balance of power throughout medieval Europe, creating a unified Scandinavian English kingdom that could compete effectively with the emerging German Empire, the established French kingdom, and other major European powers. The realization of this vision would establish Danish royal authority as one of the dominant forces in medieval European politics, while providing Danish society with unprecedented opportunities for prosperity and expansion. However, the implementation of this ambitious strategic plan required not only military success, but also sophisticated diplomatic coordination and effective domestic administration. Sweyn needed to maintain the loyalty and support of his Danish subjects, while simultaneously conducting complex military campaigns in distant territories. He needed to develop reliable intelligence networks that could provide accurate information about enemy capabilities and intentions, while also maintaining operational security for his own plans and preparations. The king also needed to carefully manage the economic and logistical challenges involved in sustaining large military forces during extended campaigns in foreign territories. Medieval warfare was enormously expensive in terms of both human and material resources, and unsuccessful or poorly supplied campaigns could quickly exhaust the royal treasury, while also undermining the political support that was essential for royal authority. Sweyn's early years as king were therefore characterized by intensive preparation for the ambitious military campaigns that would define his reign. This preparation included not only the obvious military and diplomatic activities, but also the less visible but equally important work of strengthening Danish governmental institutions, improving royal revenues, and building the domestic political consensus that would enable Denmark to sustain the prolonged military efforts that his strategic objectives would require. The king's personal involvement in these preparatory activities demonstrated both his understanding of the practical requirements for successful conquest and his commitment to the comprehensive approach that would be necessary for achieving his ambitious objectives. Rather than rushing into premature military adventures that might achieve short-term gains, but compromise long-term strategic goals, Sweyn invested the time and effort necessary to build the foundation for sustained and decisive success. This careful preparation would prove invaluable when Sweyn eventually launched the series of campaigns that would make him not only King of Denmark, but also King of Norway, and ultimately King of England. The patience and thoroughness that characterized his early years as king established the political, military, and economic foundation that would enable him to achieve conquest that previous Danish rulers could not have imagined attempting. The domestic policies that Sweyn implemented during this preparatory period were designed to maximize Danish military capabilities while maintaining the political stability that was essential for sustained external campaigns. The king worked systematically to strengthen relationships with regional leaders throughout the kingdom, ensuring that local commanders understood their roles in his broader strategic plan, and that they remained committed to providing the military and logistical support that would be necessary for success. Sweyn also invested heavily in naval construction and maritime infrastructure, recognizing that Danish strategic advantages depended fundamentally on maintaining superior naval capabilities. The expansion of shipbuilding facilities, the improvement of harbors and naval bases, and the training of additional crews and naval specialists all received royal attention and resources during this period. The king's efforts to improve Danish intelligence capabilities and diplomatic relationships also consumed considerable time and resources during his early years on the throne. Understanding the political dynamics within potential target kingdoms, identifying potential allies and sources of support, and developing reliable communication networks that could coordinate complex military operations across vast distances, all required patient and systematic development. By the end of his first decade as king, Sweyn had successfully transformed the Danish kingdom that he had inherited from his father into a military and political instrument capable of pursuing the most ambitious conquest objectives in medieval European history. The careful preparation and systematic strengthening of Danish capabilities during this period would prove essential for the remarkable successes that would follow, establishing Sweyn as one of the most effective and successful rulers of his era. By the late 990s, Sweyn had successfully consolidated his authority throughout the Danish kingdom and was ready to begin the ambitious territorial expansion that would transform Denmark from a strong regional power into the dominant force throughout the Baltic and North Sea regions. His strategic vision focused initially on establishing Danish hegemony over the neighboring Scandinavian kingdoms, particularly Norway, whose strategic coastal position and experienced maritime population would provide crucial advantages for future campaigns against more distant targets. The Norwegian political situation during this period presented both opportunities and challenges for Danish expansion. Norway consisted of multiple competing kingdoms and regions, each controlled by different royal houses that maintained varying degrees of independence and often pursued conflicting policies regarding relationships with other Scandinavian powers. This fragmentation created opportunities for Danish intervention and manipulation, but it also meant that conquering Norway would require dealing with multiple separate enemies rather than simply defeating a single unified opponent. The most significant Norwegian ruler during this period was Olaf Tryggvason, who had established himself as king over substantial portions of the country and was pursuing his own ambitious plans for territorial expansion and political consolidation. Olaf was himself an experienced military commander and skilled political leader who had gained valuable experience during earlier adventures in various parts of Europe. His efforts to unify Norwegian territory under his personal authority represented a potential threat to Danish interests, as a unified Norway under strong leadership could become a formidable competitor for influence throughout the Baltic region. However, Olaf's aggressive expansion policies had also created numerous enemies and potential allies for Danish diplomacy. His efforts to impose his authority over previously independent Norwegian regions had generated resistance from local leaders who preferred their traditional autonomy to subordination under a distant king. His attempts to expand Norwegian influence into territories claimed by other Scandinavian powers had created conflicts with Swedish rulers who possessed their own territorial ambitions in the region. Sweyn recognized that the complex Norwegian political situation offered opportunities for the kind of sophisticated diplomatic and military strategy that could achieve decisive results without requiring prohibitively expensive or risky military campaigns. Rather than attempting to conquer Norway through direct invasion, which would have been enormously costly and potentially unsuccessful against determined Norwegian resistance, the Danish king developed a more nuanced approach that combined selective military pressure with strategic alliance building, designed to isolate and weaken Olaf's position. The key to this strategy was the cultivation of an alliance with other Scandinavian powers who shared Danish concerns about Norwegian expansion and who could provide military support for coordinated action against Olaf's kingdom. The most important potential ally was Olaf Skutkonung, the Swedish king, who controlled substantial territory and military resources while also harboring his own ambitions for territorial expansion in the Norwegian region. Swedish-Danish cooperation was not automatic or natural, as the two kingdoms had their own history of conflicts and competing territorial claims. However, both Sweyn and Olaf Skutkonung recognized that Olaf Tryggvason's growing power represented a threat to their respective interests that might be more effectively addressed through coordinated action, rather than through independent efforts that might work at cross purposes. The negotiations that led to the Swedish-Danish alliance required careful diplomacy and mutual compromise, as both kings needed to balance their desire for Norwegian territorial gains against their concerns about strengthening a potential future rival. The eventual agreement provided for coordinated military action against Olaf's forces, while also establishing principles for dividing any territorial conquests that might result from successful campaigns. An equally important component of Sweyn's anti-Norwegian coalition was Eirik Hakonarson, the Earl of Lade, who controlled substantial Norwegian territory and military forces, but who had come into conflict with Olaf Tryggvason over questions of authority and territorial boundaries. Eirik's participation in the alliance was crucial, not only because of his military capabilities, but also because his involvement provided the coalition with legitimate claims to be defending traditional Norwegian rights and autonomy against Olaf's aggressive centralization efforts. The recruitment of Eirik Hakonarson also demonstrated Sweyn's sophisticated understanding of Norwegian internal politics and his ability to exploit existing tensions and conflicts within enemy territories to advance Danish strategic objectives. Rather than presenting Danish expansion as foreign conquest, Sweyn could portray his intervention as support for legitimate Norwegian leaders against a usurper who was attempting to destroy traditional Norwegian political institutions. The military campaign that resulted from this diplomatic preparation culminated in the famous Battle of Svolder, fought in September of either 999 or 1000 in the waters of the western Baltic Sea. The specific date and location of this crucial battle remain somewhat uncertain, due to conflicting accounts in different historical sources, but its strategic significance for the balance of power throughout Scandinavia is unquestionable. The battle occurred when Olaf Tryggvason was returning from a diplomatic and military expedition to other parts of Europe, sailing with a fleet that included some of his most experienced commanders and elite military forces. The Allied fleet commanded by Sweyn, Olaf Skotkonung, and Eirik Hakonarson had positioned itself to intercept the Norwegian forces in waters where the Allies could take advantage of superior numbers and tactical coordination to overcome Norwegian advantages in individual ship design and crew experience. The Battle of Svolder represented one of the largest and most significant naval engagements in medieval Scandinavian history, involving hundreds of ships and thousands of warriors in a conflict that would determine the political future of much of Northern Europe. The fighting was fierce and prolonged, with both sides demonstrating the exceptional naval combat skills that had made Scandinavian warriors legendary throughout the medieval world. The decisive factor in the Allied victory appears to have been the superior coordination and numbers that resulted from Sweyn's diplomatic success in building the anti-Norwegian coalition. While Olaf's forces fought with characteristic Norwegian courage and skill, they were ultimately overwhelmed by the combined Danish, Swedish, Norwegian forces that Sweyn had assembled against them. The death of Olaf Tryggvason during the battle eliminated the primary obstacle to Danish expansion in Norway, while also creating a power vacuum that the victorious allies could exploit to advance their respective territorial objectives. The immediate aftermath of the battle saw the rapid collapse of Olaf's kingdom and the division of Norwegian territory among the victorious coalition members according to their pre-battle agreements. Sweyn's share of the territorial division gave him direct control over significant portions of southern and eastern Norway, including crucial coastal regions that controlled access to important trade routes and naval bases. These territories not only expanded Danish royal domain, but also provided the strategic positions and additional military resources that would prove essential for Sweyn's later campaigns against England. However, the most important long-term consequence of the Battle of Svolder was the establishment of Danish hegemony over much of Norway through the appointment of Eirik Hakonarson as Sweyn's vassal ruler over the portions of Norwegian territory that were not directly annexed to the Danish kingdom. This arrangement gave Sweyn effective control over Norwegian military and naval resources, while avoiding the enormous administrative costs and political challenges that would have been involved in direct Danish governance of all Norwegian territory. Eirik Hakonarson proved to be an exceptionally capable and loyal vassal, providing Sweyn with reliable access to Norwegian ships, crews, and military expertise, while also maintaining political stability throughout the Norwegian territories under his control. The Earl's intimate knowledge of Norwegian political dynamics and his established relationships with local leaders throughout the region made him invaluable for integrating Norwegian resources into Sweyn's broader strategic plans. The success of the Svolder campaign also demonstrated the effectiveness of Sweyn's sophisticated approach to territorial expansion, which combined military capability with diplomatic skill and political intelligence in ways that maximized Danish advantages while minimizing costs and risks. Rather than relying purely on military force to achieve his objectives, Sweyn had shown that careful alliance building and strategic manipulation of existing political conflicts could produce decisive results that might have been impossible to achieve through direct confrontation alone. The integration of substantial Norwegian territory and resources into the Danish sphere of influence fundamentally transformed the balance of power throughout the Baltic region and provided Sweyn with the enhanced military capabilities that would be necessary for his planned campaigns against England. The addition of Norwegian ships, crews, and naval expertise to Danish forces created a combined Scandinavian fleet that was unquestionably the most powerful maritime force in Northern Europe. This naval supremacy was crucial for Sweyn's strategic objectives because the conquest of England would require the ability to transport and supply large military forces across the North Sea, while also maintaining reliable communication and coordination between different invasion fleets. The Norwegian contribution to Danish naval capabilities made these ambitious logistical requirements feasible in ways that would not have been possible with Danish resources alone. The success in Norway also enhanced Sweyn's political position within Denmark itself by demonstrating his capability as a military commander and strategic leader. The Danish nobles and warriors who had supported his rebellion against Harald Bluetooth could see tangible evidence that their new king was capable of achieving the kind of profitable territorial expansion that justified their loyalty and support. The wealth and resources that flowed to Denmark as a result of the Norwegian campaigns provided Sweyn with additional means for rewarding his supporters and funding future military enterprises. The tribute payments, trade revenues, and military resources that Norwegian territory contributed to Danish royal power created a positive feedback loop that strengthened Sweyn's domestic political position, while also enhancing his capability to pursue even more ambitious external objectives. The administrative and governmental innovations that Sweyn developed to manage his expanded kingdom also provided valuable experience and institutional foundations that would prove essential for governing the even larger and more complex territories that he would eventually conquer. The challenge of coordinating policies and resources across the Danish-Norwegian territories required sophisticated communication systems, reliable administrative personnel, and effective methods for balancing central royal authority with local autonomy and traditional practices. Sweyn's success in meeting these challenges demonstrated his capabilities as an administrator and governmental innovator, as well as a military commander. The institutions and procedures that he developed for governing his northern empire would provide crucial foundations for the much larger governmental challenges that would arise when he eventually conquered England and attempted to integrate Anglo-Saxon territory into his Scandinavian kingdom. The international implications of Sweyn's northern conquests were also significant for the broader European political context within which his later campaigns would unfold. The emergence of a unified Danish-Norwegian kingdom under aggressive and capable leadership represented a new factor in European international relations that other major powers would need to consider in their own strategic planning. The German kingdoms, in particular, needed to reassess their policies towards Scandinavia in light of Sweyn's enhanced power and apparent ambitions for further expansion. The French and English kingdoms also needed to consider the implications of increased Scandinavian unity and military capability for their own security and international relationships. For Sweyn himself, the successful conquest and integration of Norwegian territory represented both a crucial achievement in its own right and an essential stepping stone toward the even more ambitious objectives that he was planning for the future. The enhanced military capabilities, expanded economic resources, and demonstrated leadership success that resulted from the Norwegian campaigns would all prove invaluable when he eventually launched the series of invasions that would make him, however briefly, King of England, as well as King of Denmark and Norway. The northern empire that Sweyn had created by 1000 CE represented the most significant concentration of maritime power in medieval European history up to that point. The combination of Danish administrative sophistication, Norwegian naval expertise, and Swedish alliance relationships created a Scandinavian coalition that possessed both the military capability and the political coordination necessary to challenge even the most powerful European kingdoms. This achievement was all the more remarkable because it had been accomplished through a combination of military skill, diplomatic sophistication, and strategic vision, rather than through the kind of purely destructive conquest that had characterized many earlier Viking expeditions. Sweyn had demonstrated that Scandinavian political and military capabilities could be organized and directed toward the creation of stable, productive, and expanding kingdoms rather than simply toward short-term raiding and plunder. The foundation that Sweyn had established through his northern conquests would soon be tested by the far greater challenges involved in his planned invasion of England. However, the experience, resources, and political momentum that he had gained through his successful expansion in Scandinavia had prepared him well for the even more ambitious campaigns that would define the final phase of his remarkable career as one of medieval Europe's most successful conquerors. While Sweyn was consolidating his power throughout Scandinavia and building the foundation for his northern empire, the Anglo-Saxon Kingdom of England was experiencing a period of political weakness and internal division that would ultimately provide the Danish king with the opportunities he needed to achieve his most ambitious conquest. The reign of Ethelred, who would become known to history as Ethelred the Unready, a name that actually meant ill-counseled rather than unprepared, was marked by a series of strategic miscalculations, policy failures, and missed opportunities that gradually weakened English defenses and undermined the kingdom's ability to resist external threats. Ethelred had become King of England in 978, following the murder of his half-brother Edward the Martyr, a violent succession crisis that had already demonstrated the internal tensions and political instabilities that would plague his reign for decades to come. The circumstances of Ethelred's succession created lasting questions about the legitimacy of his rule and provided potential rallying points for opposition groups throughout his long and troubled reign. The England that Ethelred inherited was, in many respects, one of the wealthiest and most sophisticated kingdoms in medieval Europe. The Anglo-Saxon political system had developed effective governmental institutions, including a complex administrative structure that could coordinate royal policies across vast territories and a legal system that provided relatively consistent and predictable justice for most of the population. The kingdom's agricultural productivity was exceptionally high by medieval standards, supporting a substantial population and generating significant surplus wealth that could be directed toward royal projects and military enterprises. English commercial activity during this period was extensive and profitable, connecting the island kingdom to trade networks that spanned much of the known world. English merchants conducted regular business with partners throughout continental Europe, while English products, particularly high-quality woolen textiles, were highly prized in markets from Scandinavia to the Mediterranean region. This commercial prosperity provided the English crown with substantial revenues through taxation and customs duties, while also creating the economic foundation for the kingdom's political and military strength. However, these very advantages also made England an attractive target for external enemies who coveted the kingdom's wealth and strategic position. The island's location provided excellent natural defenses against casual raiders, but it also created logistical challenges for defensive operations and made it difficult for English forces to obtain external military assistance during times of crisis. The most serious structural weakness in English defensive capabilities during Ethelred's reign was the kingdom's inadequate naval forces and limited maritime defenses. While England possessed substantial land-based military capabilities, including well-trained infantry forces and sophisticated fortification systems, the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms had never developed the kind of powerful naval forces that would have been necessary to contest Scandinavian control of the surrounding seas. This naval weakness was particularly problematic because the most serious external threats to English security came from Scandinavian powers, whose primary military advantages lay precisely in their superior naval capabilities and their ability to project military force rapidly across long distances using their advanced maritime technology. English defensive strategies that relied primarily on land-based fortifications and infantry forces were poorly suited for dealing with enemies who could strike anywhere along the kingdom's extensive coastline and who could retreat to their ships whenever English forces attempted to mount effective counterattacks. Ethelred's response to these strategic challenges was hampered by several factors that reflected both the specific political circumstances of his reign and broader limitations in Anglo-Saxon governmental capabilities. The king's questionable legitimacy and the circumstances of his accession made it difficult for him to build the kind of broad political consensus that would have been necessary for implementing comprehensive military reforms or mounting sustained resistance against external threats. The Anglo-Saxon noble classes, who controlled much of the kingdom's military resources and whose support was essential for effective royal policy, remained divided by factional conflicts and regional interests that limited their willingness to cooperate effectively with royal authorities or with each other. These internal political divisions meant that English military responses to external threats were often poorly coordinated and inadequately supported, even when individual components of English forces demonstrated considerable skill and courage. The king's personal approach to crisis management also proved problematic in dealing with the sustained and sophisticated threats that Sweyn's Denmark would eventually pose to English security. Ethelred's tendency to rely on short-term expedients rather than long-term strategic planning meant that English policies often addressed immediate symptoms of problems rather than their underlying causes. This reactive approach to governance was most clearly demonstrated in Ethelred's policy of paying tribute to Viking raiders, the infamous Danegeld that became a recurring feature of English responses to Scandinavian military pressure. While these payments did achieve their immediate objective of persuading specific Viking forces to withdraw from English territory, They also created several serious long-term problems that would ultimately contribute to the kingdom's downfall. The payment of tribute demonstrated English weakness and encouraged additional raids by other Scandinavian forces who recognized that England was willing to pay substantial sums to avoid military confrontation. The enormous cost of these tribute payments strained English royal finances and required increased taxation that generated resentment among English taxpayers without providing corresponding improvements in security or governance. Perhaps most importantly, the policy of paying tribute failed to address the fundamental military and naval weaknesses that made England vulnerable to Scandinavian attack in the first place. Rather than using the temporary respite provided by tribute payments to build stronger defenses or develop more effective military capabilities, English governments continued to rely on the same defensive strategies that had proven inadequate against sophisticated and determined enemies. The presence of substantial Danish populations within England created additional complications for royal policy during this period. The descendants of earlier Viking settlers who had established the Danelaw in eastern England during the 9th century maintained complex loyalties that could not easily be reduced to simple categories of English versus Danish identity. Many of these Anglo-Danish communities were well integrated into English society and genuinely loyal to English royal authority, but they also retained cultural and sometimes political connections to their Scandinavian heritage that could potentially be exploited by external enemies. Ethelred's approach to managing these internal Danish populations would prove to be one of his most disastrous policy failures, and would ultimately provide Sweyn with both the justification and the opportunity that he needed to launch his conquest of England. The king's growing suspicion of Anglo-Danish loyalty, combined with his frustration over the continuing threats from external Scandinavian forces, led him to adopt increasingly harsh and discriminatory policies toward Danish communities within England. These policies created a dangerous spiral of mistrust and hostility that undermined English internal security while also providing potential justification for external Danish intervention on behalf of persecuted Danish populations within England. Rather than strengthening English unity and resolve against external threats, Ethelred's anti-Danish policies created internal divisions that would ultimately facilitate successful Danish conquest. The specific incident that would trigger Sweyn's decisive intervention in English affairs was still several years in the future, but the political and strategic foundations for that catastrophic conflict were already being established through the combination of English military weakness, poor royal leadership, and misguided policies toward internal Danish populations. The stage was being set for one of the most dramatic reversals of fortune in medieval European history, as the wealthiest and most sophisticated kingdom in northern Europe would soon fall to a Scandinavian conqueror whose success would depend as much on English failures as on Danish strengths. The broader European context within which these English weaknesses were developing also contributed to the kingdom's increasing vulnerability to external attack. The fragmentation of the Carolingian Empire and the emergence of competing kingdoms throughout continental Europe meant that England could not reliably count on external military assistance in the event of serious foreign invasion. The geographic isolation that had traditionally provided England with significant defensive advantages was becoming a strategic liability as the kingdom faced increasingly sophisticated and persistent enemies without reliable allies who could provide effective military support. The technological and tactical developments that were transforming medieval warfare during this period also worked against English defensive capabilities. The advanced naval technology that gave Scandinavian forces their primary military advantages continued to improve throughout the late 10th century, while English naval capabilities remained relatively stagnant. The sophisticated coordination and logistics that enabled Scandinavian forces to conduct sustained campaigns far from their home bases represented military innovations that English forces were not well prepared to counter. The economic prosperity that should have provided England with the resources necessary for effective defence was being dissipated through the costs of tribute payments, inefficient military expenditures, and the economic disruption caused by recurring raids and political instability. Rather than building cumulative strength that could deter future attacks, English policies were creating a pattern of increasing vulnerability that would ultimately prove irresistible to ambitious external enemies. As Sweyn completed his northern conquests and began developing plans for expansion into England, he would have been well informed about these English weaknesses through the intelligence networks that Danish traders, diplomatic contacts, and occasional military expeditions had established throughout the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. The strategic opportunities that these intelligence sources revealed would have made England an irresistibly attractive target for a ruler with Sweyn's capabilities and ambitions. The tragic irony of England's situation during this period was that the kingdom possessed all of the resources and capabilities that should have been necessary for successful defense against external conquest. English wealth, population, administrative sophistication, and military potential were all substantial by medieval standards. However, these advantages were being squandered through poor leadership, strategic miscalculations, and internal political divisions that prevented effective coordination and implementation of defensive policies. The contrast between English potential and English performance during Ethelred's reign would become even more pronounced as Sweyn's campaigns intensified, and as the full extent of English vulnerability became apparent to external observers. The kingdom that should have been one of medieval Europe's strongest and most secure would instead become the target, and ultimately the victim of one of the most successful conquest campaigns in medieval history. This transformation from strength to vulnerability was not the result of external forces beyond English control, but rather the consequence of specific policy choices and leadership failures that could have been avoided through more effective governance and strategic planning. The lessons of England's collapse under Ethelred would resonate throughout medieval European history as a cautionary example of how even powerful and prosperous kingdoms could be brought low by poor leadership and strategic incompetence. The event that would transform Sweyn Forkbeard from a regionally ambitious king into an implacable enemy of the English crown occurred on November 13, 1002, when King Ethelred the Unready issued one of the most catastrophic royal decrees in medieval European history. On this date, which the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle records as St. Brice's Day, the feast day of the 5th century Bishop of Tours, Ethelred ordered what would become known as the St. Brice's Day Massacre, a coordinated campaign of violence against Danish settlers throughout England that would ultimately provide Sweyn with both the moral justification and the political necessity for his subsequent conquest of the Anglo-Saxon kingdom. The immediate context for this tragic event lay in the deteriorating relationship between Ethelred's government and the Danish communities that had been established throughout eastern England during the previous century. The descendants of earlier Viking settlers who had created the Danelaw were, by 1002, largely integrated into English society and economy, but they retained distinctive cultural identities and maintained various connections, some real, some imagined, to their Scandinavian heritage. Ethelred's growing paranoia about external Danish threats had gradually extended to include suspicion of the internal Danish populations who might potentially serve as allies or sources of information for external enemies. The king's advisors had convinced him that these internal Danish communities represented a serious security threat that required decisive action to eliminate the possibility of coordination between external Danish forces and potential internal collaborators. The specific trigger for the massacre appears to have been intelligence reports, possibly unreliable or deliberately fabricated, suggesting that Danish settlers throughout England were planning a coordinated uprising that would coincide with an expected invasion by external Danish forces. According to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, the king was informed that all the Danish men who were in England would faithlessly take his life, and then all his councillors, and possess his kingdom afterwards. The royal decree that followed this intelligence report called for the systematic killing of all the Danes that were in England. The scope and implementation of this order varied significantly across different regions of the kingdom, reflecting both the practical limitations of royal authority in remote areas and the varying attitudes of local officials toward the Danish populations within their jurisdictions. In some areas, particularly those where Danish populations were well integrated into local communities and where local officials had personal relationships with Danish families, the royal decree was implemented selectively or ignored entirely. These regions saw little violence, and many Danish families were warned in advance or provided with protection by their Anglo-Saxon neighbours. However, in other areas, particularly those where ethnic tensions were already high, or where local officials were eager to demonstrate their loyalty to royal authority, the implementation of the massacre was systematic and brutal. The most documented and horrific incident occurred in Oxford, where Danish settlers had sought sanctuary in St. Frideswide's church, believing that the sacred nature of the building would protect them from violence. The Anglo-Saxon attackers, however, showed no respect for the sanctuary traditionally provided by churches. When they found themselves unable to force their way into the building to reach the Danish refugees, they set fire to the church itself, burning alive all of those who had sought protection within its walls. Ethelred himself would later describe this incident in royal charters as a most just extermination of Danes, who had sprung up in this island, sprouting like cockle amongst the wheat. Archaeological evidence discovered in the late 20th and early 21st centuries has confirmed the horrific nature of the Oxford massacre. Excavations at St. John's College, Oxford, have uncovered the remains of at least 37 individuals who appear to have died violently during this period. The skeletal evidence shows clear signs of weapons injuries, suggesting that the victims were attacked with swords, spears, and other weapons while attempting to flee. The presence of charring on some of the bones confirms the historical accounts of burning, while chemical analysis has suggested that many of the victims were indeed of Scandinavian origin. The political and strategic consequences of the St. Brace's Day massacre extended far beyond the immediate tragedy of the lives lost in the violence itself. Among the victims of the coordinated attacks was Gunhilda, who was identified in contemporary sources as the sister of King Sweyn Forkbeard himself. Her death, along with that of her husband Palik Toksen, who had served as a Danish advisor to the English court, provided Sweyn with a personal grievance against Ethelred that would ultimately drive his subsequent campaigns for revenge and conquest. The killing of Gunhilda was particularly significant because she represented the possibility of peaceful coexistence between Danish and English political interests. Her presence at the English court and her marriage to a Danish leader who had been working within the Anglo-Saxon political system demonstrated that accommodation and integration between the two peoples was possible under appropriate circumstances. By ordering her death along with that of other Danish settlers, Ethelred had effectively declared that no Danish person could be trusted or tolerated within English territory, regardless of their actual loyalties or their efforts to integrate into English society. This represented a fundamental rejection of the possibility of peaceful coexistence and guaranteed that future conflicts between England and Denmark would be fought without quarter on either side. For Sweyn, the murder of his sister and the broader massacre of Danish settlers throughout England provided both a personal motivation for revenge and a political justification for military intervention that would resonate powerfully with his own subjects and with other Scandinavian leaders. The Danish king could now present his planned invasion of England not as an act of opportunistic aggression, but as a legitimate response to English atrocities against Danish people and a necessary effort to protect Danish interests and honour. This moral justification would prove crucial for building and maintaining the political support within Denmark that Sweyn would need for the sustained military campaigns that would be required to conquer England. The costly and risky enterprise of invading a wealthy and well-defended kingdom required the enthusiastic support of Danish nobles and warriors who would be providing the ships, weapons, and manpower necessary for success. The story of English treachery and Danish victimization provided exactly the kind of compelling narrative that could unite Danish society behind their king's ambitious military objectives. Rather than having to justify expensive foreign campaigns in terms of abstract strategic advantages or potential economic benefits, Sweyn could appeal to concrete grievances and moral obligations that every Danish warrior could understand and support. The massacre also had important implications for the international context within which Sweyn's subsequent campaigns would unfold. Other European kingdoms and political leaders would be forced to evaluate the legitimacy of competing English and Danish claims about the events of 1002 and their aftermath, while some might view Sweyn's invasion as unjustified aggression against a fellow Christian kingdom. Others might see it as legitimate retaliation for English violations of accepted norms regarding the treatment of peaceful settlers and diplomatic representatives. This international dimension was particularly important because successful conquest of England would require not only military victory, but also political legitimacy that could facilitate the subsequent governance of conquered territories. If Sweyn could establish himself as the rightful avenger of Danish grievances, rather than simply as an opportunistic conqueror, he would be better positioned to win acceptance from English subjects who might be willing to accept Danish rule as preferable to the continuation of Ethelred's failed leadership. The psychological impact of the massacre on both Danish and English societies was also profound and long-lasting. For Danish communities throughout Scandinavia, the events of 1002 served as confirmation that English promises of protection and cooperation could not be trusted, and that Danish interests could ultimately be secured only through Danish military strength and political independence. For English society, the massacre created a legacy of guilt and fear that would complicate future efforts to build effective resistance against Danish invasion. Many English people recognized that the systematic killing of peaceful Danish settlers represented a violation of basic moral principles and traditional concepts of justice, creating internal divisions and moral confusion that would weaken English unity during the crucial confrontations to come. The massacre also eliminated many of the potential English allies and sources of information that might have helped Ethelred's government understand Danish intentions and capabilities during the critical period leading up to Sweyn's invasion. The Danish settlers who had been killed or driven into exile had possessed valuable knowledge about Scandinavian political developments, military capabilities, and strategic planning that could have been invaluable for English defensive preparations. By destroying these intelligence sources and alienating Danish communities that might have remained loyal to English authority under different circumstances, Ethelred had effectively blinded himself to the growing Danish threat while also eliminating potential allies who might have provided crucial support during the coming conflicts. The economic consequences of the massacre were also significant, as many of the Danish settlers who were killed or driven into exile had been successful merchants, craftsmen, and farmers whose economic activities had contributed substantially to English prosperity. The disruption of these economic relationships and the loss of productive population represented a self-inflicted wound that weakened English capabilities at precisely the moment when maximum strength would be needed to resist external attack. In the immediate aftermath of the massacre, Sweyn's response was swift and decisive. The Danish king publicly proclaimed his intention to seek revenge for the murder of his sister and the other Danish victims, beginning the process of mobilizing Danish military resources for what would become a sustained campaign of retaliation against English targets. The first Danish military responses took the form of intensified raiding along the English coast, designed to demonstrate Danish capability for effective retaliation, while also gathering intelligence about English defensive preparations and identifying potential weaknesses that could be exploited in larger campaigns. These initial attacks served notice that the St. Brice's Day massacre had fundamentally altered the relationship between Denmark and England, transforming what had been periodic conflicts over tribute and territorial boundaries into a comprehensive struggle for political dominance. The stage was now set for the series of increasingly ambitious Danish invasions that would ultimately culminate in Sweyn's conquest of England and his brief reign as the first Danish king of the Anglo-Saxon realm. The massacre that Ethelred had intended as a solution to the problem of internal Danish populations had instead created the moral justification and political necessity for the very Danish conquest that his policies had been designed to prevent. The tragic irony of the St. Brice's Day massacre was that it represented exactly the kind of strategic miscalculation and moral failure that had characterized Ethelred's reign from its beginning. In attempting to eliminate a potential internal threat through indiscriminate violence, the English king had instead created a far more serious external threat, while also undermining his own moral authority and political legitimacy. The consequences of this single day's violence would reverberate through English and Danish history for generations, establishing patterns of conflict and conquest that would fundamentally reshape the political development of Northern Europe. The massacre had indeed changed everything, but not in the way that its perpetrators had intended or hoped. The year 1003 marked the beginning of Sweyn Forkbeard's systematic campaign of revenge against England, as the Danish king transformed his personal grief and political outrage over the St. Brice's Day massacre into a comprehensive military strategy designed to devastate English defences while building the foundation for eventual conquest. The first wave of Danish attacks demonstrated both Sweyn's tactical brilliance and his understanding that successful conquest of England would require far more than traditional Viking-style raids. It would demand a sustained, coordinated campaign that systematically weakened English capabilities while building Danish advantages. Sweyn's initial military response was carefully calculated to achieve multiple strategic objectives simultaneously, rather than launching a single massive invasion that might provoke unified English resistance. The Danish king implemented a strategy of escalating pressure that would gradually wear down English defences while testing the effectiveness of different tactical approaches and identifying the most promising targets for future operations. The first Danish forces to arrive on English shores in 1003 were substantial but not overwhelming, large enough to inflict serious damage and demonstrate Danish capabilities, but not so large as to commit Denmark's entire military resources to a single campaign, whose outcome remained uncertain. This measured approach reflected Sweyn's sophisticated understanding of the logistical and political challenges involved in conducting sustained military operations across the North Sea. The Danish fleet that appeared off the English coast in the summer of 1003 consisted of dozens of the advanced longships that had made Scandinavian naval forces the most effective maritime military organization in medieval Europe. These vessels, with their shallow drafts and flexible design, could navigate both open ocean waters and the rivers and coastal shallows that provided access to English population centers. The speed and maneuverability of Danish ships gave Sweyn's forces crucial tactical advantages that English defenders found extremely difficult to counter. The Danish forces that disembarked from these ships represented the elite of Scandinavian military society, experienced warriors who had been selected not only for their individual combat skills, but also for their ability to operate effectively as coordinated units during complex military operations. Many of these men had served in Sweyn's earlier campaigns against Norwegian targets, gaining valuable experience in the kinds of sustained military operations that would be necessary for successful English conquest. The initial Danish landing sites were chosen with careful attention to both tactical and strategic considerations. Sweyn's forces sought coastal areas that provided good beaches for ship landing while also offering rapid access to wealthy inland targets that could be attacked before English defensive forces could organize effective resistance. The Danish commanders also looked for positions that could be easily defended if English counterattacks materialized, ensuring that their forces could retreat safely to their ships if necessary. The first major Danish target was the prosperous English town of Exeter in the southwestern region of Wessex, a choice that demonstrated Sweyn's understanding of both English political geography and the psychological aspects of effective military campaign. Exeter was far from the primary English defensive concentrations in the southeast, making it vulnerable to surprise attack, but it was also wealthy and politically significant enough that its capture would send shockwaves throughout the English kingdom. The Danish assault on Exeter revealed the tactical sophistication that Sweyn had developed through his earlier military campaigns and his careful study of English defensive capabilities. Rather than relying on simple frontal assault, the Danish forces implemented a coordinated plan that combined direct military pressure with psychological warfare designed to break English morale and encourage surrender. The siege of Exeter lasted several weeks, during which Danish forces demonstrated their ability to maintain effective military operations far from their ships and supply bases. This logistical capability represented a significant evolution from traditional Viking raiding tactics, which had typically focused on quick strikes followed by rapid withdrawal. Sweyn's forces showed that they could conduct sustained operations that required complex coordination of supply lines, intelligence gathering, and tactical adaptation to local conditions. The eventual Danish victory at Exeter was achieved through a combination of military pressure and political manipulation that would become characteristic of Sweyn's approach to English conquest. The Danish king had learned that many English nobles and local leaders were becoming increasingly dissatisfied with Ethelred's ineffective leadership and his tendency to sacrifice local interests for the sake of short-term royal advantage. By offering these potential collaborators better terms than they could expect from their own king, Sweyn was often able to secure English cooperation that made Danish military success far easier and less costly. The fall of Exeter provided Sweyn with substantial plunder that could be used to reward his followers and fund future campaigns. But more importantly, it demonstrated to both English and Danish observers that the Danish king possessed the military capability and strategic vision necessary for serious territorial conquest, rather than mere raiding. The systematic manner in which Danish forces had conducted the siege and the effective coordination they had maintained between different tactical units proved that Sweyn's army represented a qualitatively different threat from the traditional Viking raiders that English defences had been designed to resist. The psychological impact of the Exeter victory extended far beyond the immediate tactical results of the siege itself. English observers throughout the kingdom began to recognize that they were facing an enemy whose capabilities and objectives were fundamentally different from those of earlier Danish raiders. Where previous Viking attacks had focused primarily on gathering portable wealth that could be quickly transported back to Scandinavian bases, Sweyn's forces demonstrated their ability to conduct sustained territorial operations that suggested serious conquest intentions. This recognition created profound anxiety throughout English society, as people began to understand that the traditional defensive strategies that had eventually succeeded against earlier Viking threats might prove inadequate against Sweyn's more sophisticated and persistent military campaigns. The wealth and economic productivity that had made England attractive to external enemies could also make it vulnerable to the kind of sustained military pressure that Sweyn was now demonstrating he could maintain. Following the success at Exeter, Danish forces moved systematically along the English coast, attacking a series of targets that had been carefully selected to maximize both immediate tactical advantages and longer-term strategic benefits. Each Danish victory provided additional resources that could be invested in expanding the scale and scope of future operations, while also demonstrating to potential English allies that cooperation with Danish forces offered better prospects for survival and prosperity than continued loyalty to Ethelred's failing government. The town of Wilton fell to Danish assault after only token resistance, as local defenders recognized that their fortifications and military resources were inadequate to withstand the kind of coordinated attack that Danish forces could mount. The speed with which this important administrative center surrendered sent additional shockwaves throughout the English political system, as other towns and regions began to calculate whether resistance or accommodation would better serve their long-term interests. Salisbury, another significant English settlement, experienced a more prolonged siege, but ultimately suffered the same fate as the previous Danish targets. The pattern that emerged from these successive victories demonstrated that Sweyn's forces possessed not only the military capability to overcome English defenses, but also the logistical sophistication necessary to maintain sustained operations across a wide geographical area. The Danish strategy during these initial campaigns also revealed Sweyn's understanding of the economic foundations of English political power. Rather than simply seeking to gather portable wealth through traditional raiding methods, Danish forces systematically targeted the productive agricultural regions and commercial centers that generated the tax revenues and trade profits upon which English royal authority depended. By disrupting English economic activities and capturing or destroying the infrastructure that supported English prosperity, Sweyn was undermining Ethelred's ability to maintain effective resistance, while also demonstrating to English subjects that their current government could not provide the security and stability that were essential for economic prosperity. This economic warfare created additional pressure for political accommodation with Danish forces, as communities throughout England began to recognize that their long-term survival might depend more on Danish protection than on continued loyalty to an ineffective English king. The intelligence gathering that accompanied these military operations was also crucial for Sweyn's longer-term strategic planning. Danish forces systematically collected information about English defensive capabilities, political loyalties, economic resources, and geographical advantages that would be essential for planning the larger conquest campaigns that Sweyn was already envisioning. The interrogation of captured English prisoners, the recruitment of English collaborators who could provide inside information about defensive preparations, and the careful observation of English military tactics and organizational methods all contributed to a comprehensive Danish intelligence picture that would prove invaluable for future operations. By the end of the 1003rd campaign season, Sweyn possessed more detailed and accurate information about English strengths and weaknesses than any previous external enemy had ever acquired. The English response to these initial Danish attacks revealed many of the fundamental weaknesses that would ultimately enable Sweyn's conquest of the kingdom. Ethelred's government proved unable to coordinate effective defensive measures or to provide reliable support for local communities that were under Danish attack. The king's tendency to prioritize the protection of royal interests over the defense of his subjects created resentment and political division that Danish forces could exploit to their advantage. The lack of effective English naval forces meant that Danish ships could operate with virtual impunity in English coastal waters, choosing their targets and timing their attacks according to Danish strategic preferences, rather than having to respond to English defensive initiatives. This naval superiority gave Sweyn enormous tactical advantages that English land-based defensive strategies proved incapable of countering effectively. The failure of English intelligence networks to provide adequate warning of Danish attacks or accurate information about Danish intentions and capabilities left English defenders constantly reactive rather than proactive in their military planning. Local English commanders were forced to respond to Danish initiatives without adequate information about enemy strengths, objectives, or likely future moves, making effective defensive coordination nearly impossible. As the 1003rd campaign season drew to a close, Sweyn made the strategic decision to withdraw his forces to Denmark for the winter, rather than attempting to maintain a permanent military presence in England. This decision reflected his understanding that successful conquest would require building Danish capabilities gradually, rather than committing all available resources to a single campaign, whose failure could set back Danish objectives for years. The withdrawal to Denmark served several important strategic purposes beyond the obvious logistical advantages of returning to familiar bases with secure supply lines. It provided Danish forces with opportunities to rest, refit, and incorporate the lessons learned during their first sustained English campaign. It also allowed Sweyn to consolidate his political support within Denmark by distributing the wealth that had been gained through English victories, and by demonstrating to potential critics that his English campaigns were producing tangible benefits for Danish society. Perhaps most importantly, the temporary Danish withdrawal created opportunities for political developments within England that would ultimately serve Danish strategic interests. The period between Danish campaigns allowed English political tensions and divisions to intensify, as different factions within English society began to blame each other for the kingdom's military failures and to compete for influence over royal policy. Ethelred's response to the Danish withdrawal revealed additional aspects of his strategic incompetence that would contribute to his eventual downfall. Rather than using the respite to build stronger defenses or address the internal political divisions that were weakening English unity, the king instead implemented policies that further alienated important constituencies while failing to address the fundamental military and administrative problems that had enabled Danish success. The king's decision to increase taxation in order to fund tribute payments to potential Danish raiders demonstrated his continued reliance on short-term expedients rather than long-term strategic solutions. These increased tax burdens created additional resentment among English taxpayers, who could see that their sacrifices were not producing corresponding improvements in security or governance. The failure to invest in naval construction or coastal defense improvements during the winter months meant that England would remain just as vulnerable to future Danish attacks as it had been during the 1003 campaign. The missed opportunity to strengthen English defensive capabilities while Danish forces were absent from English territory represented exactly the kind of strategic miscalculation that had characterized Ethelred's entire approach to the Danish threat. As 1004 began, both English and Danish observers understood that the previous year's campaigns had been merely the opening phase of what promised to be a prolonged and decisive struggle for control of England. The tactical and strategic successes that Sweyn had achieved during his first major English campaign had demonstrated both his military capabilities and his understanding of English vulnerabilities, creating momentum for the larger operations that would follow. The intelligence information that Danish forces had gathered about English defenses the political relationships that Sweyn had begun to develop with potential English collaborators, and the economic disruption that Danish attacks had already caused throughout English society all provided foundation for the escalating campaign of conquest that would ultimately bring Sweyn to the English throne. For English defenders, the 1003rd campaign had revealed the inadequacy of existing defensive strategies and the urgent need for fundamental changes in military organization, political coordination, and strategic planning. However, Ethelred's government proved incapable of implementing the kinds of comprehensive reforms that would have been necessary to address these revealed weaknesses effectively. The stage was thus set for the intensification of Danish pressure that would characterize the following years, as Sweyn built systematically on his initial successes, while English resistance gradually weakened under the cumulative impact of repeated defeats, economic disruption, and internal political division. The first strikes of 1003 had proven the viability of Sweyn's conquest strategy, and had begun the process of English political and military collapse that would ultimately deliver the Anglo-Saxon kingdom into Danish hands. The winter months that followed provided both sides with time to prepare for the renewed warfare that everyone understood would resume with the coming of spring. For Sweyn, this preparation involved not only the obvious military and logistical activities, but also the careful cultivation of political relationships within England that could facilitate Danish success during future campaigns. The Danish king's agents, operating through commercial and diplomatic networks that connected Denmark with English society, systematically identified potential English allies who might be willing to cooperate with Danish forces in exchange for favorable treatment under future Danish rule. These political intelligence operations would prove just as important as military preparations for the ultimate success of Sweyn's conquest objectives. The gradual erosion of English confidence in their own government's competence and the growing recognition that Danish victory might be inevitable created psychological conditions that would make Sweyn's final conquest significantly easier than it might otherwise have been. By demonstrating that Danish forces could strike anywhere in England with relative impunity, while English defences remained inadequate and poorly coordinated, the 1003rd campaign had begun the process of English political demoralization that would ultimately prove as decisive as any military victory. As the seasons turned and spring approached, both kingdoms prepared for the renewal of hostilities that would bring increasingly serious threats to English independence and correspondingly greater opportunities for Danish territorial expansion. The first strikes had proven Sweyn's strategic vision and tactical capabilities. The campaigns that would follow would test his ability to transform those early successes into the permanent conquest that had become his ultimate objective. The period from 1006 through 1012 marked the most intensive and destructive phase of Sweyn Forkbeard's campaign against England, as the Danish king systematically escalated the scale and frequency of his attacks, while implementing an increasingly sophisticated strategy designed to exhaust English defensive capabilities and undermine the political foundations of Ethelred's government. These years of sustained warfare would transform what had begun as a quest for personal revenge into a comprehensive conquest campaign that brought Sweyn ever closer to his ultimate goal of claiming the English crown. The resumption of Danish military operations in 1006 demonstrated significant evolution in both the scale and sophistication of Sweyn's forces compared to his earlier campaigns. The Danish fleet that appeared off the English coast in the summer of that year was substantially larger than the forces that had conducted the initial strikes of 1003 to 1004, reflecting both the increasing resources that Sweyn was willing to commit to English conquest and his growing confidence in the ultimate success of his strategic objectives. The ships that carried these expanded Danish forces represented the finest examples of Scandinavian naval technology. Vessels that had been specifically designed and constructed for the sustained military operations that Sweyn's conquest strategy required. Unlike the traditional longships that had been optimized for quick raids and rapid withdrawal, many of these newer vessels incorporated design modifications that enhanced their capability for carrying supplies, equipment, and personnel across long distances while maintaining the speed and maneuverability that gave Danish naval forces their primary tactical advantages. The Danish warriors who disembarked from these ships were not merely raiders seeking quick plunder, but rather the core of a professional military organization that had been systematically trained and equipped for territorial conquest. Many of these men had participated in Sweyn's earlier campaigns against Norwegian targets as well as his initial English operations, gaining valuable experience in the complex military and political challenges involved in conquering and holding territory against determined resistance. The leadership structure that Sweyn implemented for these expanded operations reflected his understanding that successful conquest required sophisticated coordination between different types of military units and diverse tactical specializations. The Danish king had recruited experienced commanders who possessed not only proven combat leadership abilities, but also the administrative and logistical skills necessary for managing complex military operations across extended time periods and vast geographical areas. The strategic objectives that guided Danish operations during this period were considerably more ambitious than those that had characterized Sweyn's earlier English campaigns. Rather than focusing primarily on coastal targets that could be easily reached and quickly evacuated, Danish forces now demonstrated their willingness and capability to conduct sustained operations deep within English territory, striking at major population centers and administrative headquarters that represented the core of English political and economic power. The Danish assault on Reading, a strategically important English town located on the Thames River, demonstrated the tactical innovations that Sweyn's forces had developed for conducting complex military operations in challenging geographical environments. The siege required careful coordination between naval forces operating on the river and land-based units conducting the actual assault on the town's fortifications, showcasing the kind of combined arms tactics that represented significant advancement over traditional Viking military methods. The systematic manner in which Danish forces conducted the Reading siege revealed their growing expertise in the technical aspects of medieval warfare that were essential for successful territorial conquest. Danish engineers demonstrated sophisticated understanding of siege techniques, including the construction of siege engines, the mining of fortification walls, and the coordination of assault tactics that could overcome even well-defended positions. The eventual Danish victory at Reading provided Sweyn's forces with control over a crucial section of the Thames River Valley, effectively cutting communication and supply lines between London and important English territories to the west. This strategic achievement demonstrated that Danish military operations were now guided by comprehensive territorial objectives rather than simply by opportunities for immediate plunder. The capture of Reading also provided Danish forces with an advanced base that could support further operations into the English interior, eliminating the logistical constraints that had previously limited Danish campaigns to coastal areas that could be easily supported from shipborne supply lines. The establishment of this inland base marked a crucial transition in the nature of Danish military operations, transforming them from seaborne raids into genuine territorial conquest campaigns. The English response to the loss of Reading revealed the continuing inadequacy of Ethelred's defensive strategies and the deepening political divisions that were undermining English resistance to Danish expansion. The failure to provide effective relief for the besieged town demonstrated the inability of English military organization to coordinate rapid response to Danish threats. while the political recriminations that followed the town's fall further weakened English unity and resolve. The Danish victory at Reading was followed by a series of additional successes that systematically extended Danish control throughout strategically important regions of England. The capture of Wallingford provided Sweyn's forces with another crucial Thames Valley stronghold, while successful operations against Oxford and other major English centres demonstrated that no English settlement, regardless of its size or defensive preparations, was immune to Danish attack. The psychological impact of these successive Danish victories began to transform English political attitudes toward the continuing conflict. Local English leaders throughout the kingdom increasingly recognized that continued resistance might result in the complete destruction of their communities, while accommodation with Danish forces offered possibilities for survival and even prosperity under potential Danish rule. This gradual shift in English political calculations created opportunities for the kind of diplomatic initiatives that Sweyn had always understood would be essential for successful conquest. Rather than having to overcome English resistance through purely military means, Danish forces could increasingly rely on English collaboration and even active assistance from communities that preferred Danish protection to continued subjection to Ethelred's failing government. The role of Thorkel the Tall during this period represented one of the most significant political and military developments in the entire Danish conquest campaign. Thorkel was himself a renowned Viking commander who had initially operated independently of Sweyn's forces, conducting his own series of raids against English targets while maintaining nominal allegiance to Danish royal authority. Thorkel's military capabilities and his detailed knowledge of English defensive preparations made him an invaluable ally for Sweyn's conquest objectives, but his independent status and personal ambitions also created potential complications for Danish strategic planning. The eventual integration of Thorkel's forces into Sweyn's broader conquest campaign required delicate diplomatic negotiations that demonstrated the Danish king's skill in managing complex political relationships while maintaining focus on his ultimate strategic objectives. The combined Danish forces that resulted from the alliance between Sweyn and Thorkel represented the largest and most capable military organization that had ever threatened English security. The coordination between these different Danish contingents required sophisticated planning and communication that demonstrated the administrative capabilities that would be essential for governing conquered English territory. The Danish military operations during 1009 and 1010 reached unprecedented levels of intensity and geographical scope, as Sweyn's expanded forces demonstrated their ability to conduct simultaneous campaigns across multiple regions of England, while maintaining effective coordination and mutual support between different tactical units. The complexity of these operations required logistical capabilities that represented significant advancement over traditional Scandinavian military organization. The Siege of Canterbury in 1011 marked perhaps the highest point of Danish military achievement during this period of sustained warfare. Canterbury was not only one of the wealthiest and most strategically important English cities, but also the religious and cultural heart of English Christianity, making its capture both tactically significant and symbolically devastating for English morale. The Danish assault on Canterbury required months of careful preparation and systematic siege operations that demonstrated the full extent of Sweyn's military capabilities. The city's substantial fortifications and determined defenders necessitated the kind of sustained coordinated military effort that few medieval armies could have maintained successfully, yet Danish forces proved equal to these extraordinary challenges. The eventual Danish victory at Canterbury was achieved through a combination of military pressure, political manipulation, and strategic patience that showcased all of the tactical and diplomatic innovations that Sweyn had developed throughout his English campaigns. The capture of Archbishop Elfir during the siege provided Danish forces with a valuable hostage whose eventual ransom would contribute substantial resources to Danish military operations. However, the killing of Archbishop Elfir, when ransom negotiations failed, demonstrated the brutal realities that accompanied Danish military success and the limited protection that even the highest English officials could expect if they continued to resist Danish expansion. The Archbishop's death sent shockwaves throughout English society and further undermined confidence in Ethelred's ability to provide effective protection for his subjects. The systematic collection of Danegeld payments during this period represented another crucial component of Sweyn's overall conquest strategy. The enormous tribute sums that English communities were forced to pay to avoid Danish attack served multiple strategic purposes beyond their obvious value for funding continued military operations. The payment of tribute demonstrated English weakness and created precedents for future Danish taxation of conquered territories. The economic burden of these payments strained English royal finances and local resources, weakening English defensive capabilities while strengthening Danish military advantages. Perhaps most importantly, the tribute system created administrative relationships between Danish forces and English communities that could serve as foundations for future governmental arrangements under Danish rule. The cumulative impact of 6 years of sustained Danish military pressure had fundamentally transformed the political and strategic situation throughout England by 1012. The successive military defeats, the economic disruption caused by tribute payments and direct military damage, and the gradual erosion of confidence in English governmental capabilities had created conditions that made ultimate Danish conquest increasingly inevitable. English defensive strategies that had been designed to deal with traditional Viking raids proved completely inadequate for addressing the sustained, sophisticated military pressure that Sweyn's forces could maintain year after year. The inability to develop effective countermeasures or to secure external military assistance left English communities increasingly vulnerable to Danish expansion, while offering few realistic alternatives to accommodation with Danish demands. The political fragmentation that characterized English society during this period created additional advantages for Danish conquest efforts. The competing loyalties and factional conflicts that divided English nobles and regional leaders made unified resistance nearly impossible, while providing numerous opportunities for Danish diplomatic initiatives designed to encourage English collaboration. As 1012 drew to a close, Sweyn had successfully established the military and political foundations necessary for the final conquest campaign that would bring him to the English throne. The systematic weakening of English defensive capabilities, the gradual expansion of Danish territorial control, and the growing recognition throughout English society that Danish victory was probably inevitable, had created optimal conditions for the decisive operations that would follow. The years of sustained warfare had proven both Sweyn's strategic vision and his tactical capabilities, while also demonstrating the limitations of English defensive strategies and the fatal weaknesses in Ethelred's governmental approach. The stage was now set for the climactic campaign that would transform the Danish king from a successful raider and regional conqueror into the ruler of one of medieval Europe's wealthiest and most strategic kingdoms. The year 1013 marked the culmination of Sweyn Forkbeard's decade-long campaign against England, as the Danish king launched the decisive invasion that would finally realize his ambition of claiming the English crown and establishing Danish rule over the Anglo-Saxon kingdom. The comprehensive military operation that began in the late summer of that year represented the most sophisticated and well-coordinated conquest campaign in medieval Scandinavian history, demonstrating Sweyn's complete mastery of the strategic, tactical, and political elements necessary for successful territorial conquest. The Danish invasion fleet that assembled in Scandinavian waters during The summer of 1013 was extraordinary by the standards of medieval warfare, representing the culmination of years of careful preparation, resource accumulation, and strategic planning. Contemporary chroniclers described invasion forces consisting of hundreds of ships carrying thousands of experienced warriors, along with the supplies, equipment, and administrative personnel necessary for conducting sustained territorial operations far from Danish home bases. The vessels that comprised this invasion fleet reflected significant evolution in Scandinavian naval technology and military organization since Sweyn's earlier English campaigns. Many of the ships had been specifically designed and constructed for conquest operations rather than traditional raiding, incorporating modifications that enhanced their capability for transporting personnel, supplies, and equipment across long distances, while maintaining the speed and tactical flexibility that remained essential for Danish naval superiority. The military forces that these ships carried represented the elite of Danish and allied Scandinavian military capabilities, including not only experienced Danish warriors who had participated in Sweyn's earlier campaigns, but also Norwegian forces provided by Erik Håkonarson and other allied contingents that demonstrated the international scope of Sweyn's conquest coalition. The diversity of these forces reflected both the diplomatic relationships that Sweyn had cultivated throughout Scandinavia and the widespread recognition that English conquest offered opportunities that justified substantial military investment. The leadership structure that Sweyn implemented for this decisive campaign demonstrated his understanding that successful conquest required sophisticated coordination between different military specializations and diverse tactical capabilities. The Danish king had assembled a command team that included not only proven military commanders, but also administrative specialists, intelligence experts, and diplomatic personnel who would be essential for managing the complex political challenges involved in conquering and governing English territory. The strategic plan that guided the 1013 invasion reflected comprehensive understanding of English political geography, defensive capabilities, and internal divisions that Sweyn had accumulated through years of intelligence gathering and previous military operations. Rather than attempting to achieve victory through a single overwhelming assault, the Danish strategy called for systematic expansion of Danish control through carefully coordinated operations that would exploit English weaknesses while minimizing risks to Danish forces. The initial Danish landing was conducted at Sandwich in Kent, a choice that demonstrated Sweyn's sophisticated understanding of both tactical and strategic considerations. Sandwich provided excellent beaches for ship landing and naval supply operations, while also offering rapid access to major English population centers and transportation routes. The location also placed Danish forces in position to threaten London directly, while maintaining secure communication with Danish naval forces operating in adjacent waters. The speed and efficiency with which Danish forces established their initial beachhead revealed the careful preparation and systematic training that had characterized Sweyn's military organization. Unlike traditional Viking raids that relied primarily on surprise and tactical improvisation, the 1013 invasion was conducted according to detailed operational plans that had been developed through months of careful analysis and preparation. The Danish advance from their initial landing sites demonstrated tactical capabilities that represented significant evolution beyond traditional Scandinavian military methods. Sweyn's forces moved rapidly but systematically through the English countryside, establishing secure supply lines and communications networks, while systematically capturing strategic positions that would be essential for maintaining Danish control over conquered territory. The first major English settlement to fall to Danish assault was Sandwich itself, which surrendered without significant resistance as local defenders recognized the futility of opposing the substantial Danish forces that had been landed in their vicinity. The rapid capitulation of this strategically important port provided Danish forces with secure facilities for continuing supply operations, while also sending clear signals throughout England about the overwhelming nature of the Danish military threat. The Danish advance toward London revealed both the tactical sophistication of Sweyn's forces and the continuing inadequacy of English defensive preparations. English attempts to organize coordinated resistance were hampered by the same political divisions and administrative weaknesses that had characterized Ethelred's response to earlier Danish threats, while Danish forces demonstrated their ability to outmaneuver and outfight English opposition whenever serious resistance was attempted. The systematic manner in which Danish forces dealt with English fortifications and defensive positions demonstrated their mastery of siege techniques and assault tactics that had been refined through years of practical experience in various theatres of operation. English strongholds that should have been capable of delaying Danish advance for weeks or months were overcome in days, revealing the enormous tactical advantages that Sweyn's forces possessed over their English opponents. However, the most significant aspect of the Danish advance was not their military capabilities, but rather the political response that their arrival generated throughout English society. As Danish forces moved systematically through English territory, they encountered decreasing resistance and increasing cooperation from English communities that had concluded that accommodation with Danish rule offered better prospects than continued loyalty to Ethelred's failing government. The town of Canterbury, which had suffered devastating Danish assault just 2 years earlier, surrendered immediately upon the approach of Sweyn's invasion forces. The contrast between the fierce resistance that the city had offered in 1011 and its immediate capitulation in 1013 demonstrated the fundamental transformation in English political attitudes that had occurred during the intervening period. The submission of Canterbury was followed by similar surrenders throughout Kent and southeastern England, as English communities recognized that resistance would bring only destruction, while cooperation might preserve their communities and property under Danish rule. This pattern of English submission created momentum for Danish advance that proved unstoppable once it had begun. The approach to London represented the crucial test of Sweyn's conquest strategy, as the English capital remained the centre of Ethelred's governmental authority and the symbolic heart of English resistance to Danish expansion. The city's substantial fortifications, large population, and strategic importance made it the most formidable defensive position in England, but its capture would effectively end English resistance and confirm Danish victory throughout the kingdom. The Danish siege of London demonstrated the full extent of Sweyn's military and political capabilities, as his forces implemented a comprehensive campaign that combined direct military pressure with diplomatic initiatives designed to encourage English surrender. Rather than relying purely on military assault, Sweyn offered favourable terms to London's defenders, while also demonstrating that Danish forces possessed the capability and determination necessary to take the city by force if necessary. The defence of London was complicated by the presence of Thorkel the Tall and his forces, who had recently transferred their allegiance from Danish to English service in exchange for substantial tribute payments from Ethelred's government. The irony of Danish forces facing opposition from other Danish warriors highlighted the complex political relationships that characterized medieval warfare and the importance of maintaining reliable allies throughout extended military campaigns. However, the fundamental military and political advantages that Sweyn possessed proved decisive even against the enhanced defensive capabilities that Thorkel's presence provided to English resistance. The Danish siege forces demonstrated their ability to maintain effective operations against London's formidable defences, while also preventing English relief forces from providing effective assistance to the besieged city. The eventual English recognition that London could not be successfully defended against Sweyn's forces marked the effective end of organized English resistance to Danish conquest. The political and military leaders who had gathered in London to coordinate defensive efforts gradually acknowledged that further resistance would serve no useful purpose, while potentially resulting in the complete destruction of England's political and economic infrastructure. The submission of London was preceded by the dramatic flight of King Ethelred himself, who abandoned his capital and his kingdom in an attempt to seek refuge in Normandy with his wife's relatives. The king's departure eliminated the last symbol of legitimate English governmental authority and confirmed to English observers throughout the kingdom that resistance to Danish rule was both futile and officially abandoned. The formal recognition of Sweyn as King of England occurred through a series of submissions by English nobles and regional leaders who travelled to Danish military headquarters to offer their allegiance to the conquering king. These ceremonies demonstrated both the completeness of Danish victory and the pragmatic recognition among English political leaders that their survival and prosperity depended on accommodation with the new Danish royal authority. The speed with which English political submission occurred once the tide of battle had turned decisively in Danish favour revealed the limited depth of English loyalty to Ethelred's government and the widespread recognition that Danish rule might actually provide more effective governance than the Anglo-Saxon royal administration that was being replaced. Many English leaders appear to have viewed Danish conquest not as a national catastrophe, but as an opportunity for political renewal under more competent leadership. Sweyn's establishment of his royal authority throughout England was conducted with remarkable efficiency and political sensitivity, demonstrating his understanding that successful conquest required not only military victory, but also the development of governmental relationships that could maintain stability and productivity throughout the conquered kingdom. The Danish king implemented policies designed to reassure English subjects that Danish rule would protect their interests and respect their traditional rights. The administrative arrangements that Sweyn established for governing England reflected sophisticated understanding of both English governmental traditions and the practical challenges involved in ruling a large and culturally diverse kingdom through a relatively small Danish administrative apparatus. Rather than attempting to replace existing English institutions entirely, Sweyn chose to work through established governmental structures while gradually introducing Danish personnel and practices that would strengthen royal authority. The military dispositions that Sweyn implemented throughout England demonstrated his recognition that conquest was only the first phase of successful territorial expansion, and that maintaining Danish control would require ongoing military vigilance and strategic planning. Danish forces were positioned to maintain security throughout the kingdom, while also deterring potential rebellions or external threats that might challenge the new Danish royal authority. The speed and completeness of Sweyn's conquest success exceeded even his own most optimistic projections, demonstrating that the systematic preparation and sustained military pressure that had characterized his English campaigns had created optimal conditions for decisive victory. The decade of warfare that had preceded the 1013 invasion had systematically weakened English defensive capabilities while building Danish advantages that proved overwhelming once they were fully deployed. As 1013 drew to a close, Sweyn Forkbeard had achieved one of the most remarkable conquest victories in medieval European history, transforming himself from a regional Scandinavian king into the ruler of a North Sea empire that included Denmark, Norway, and England. The strategic vision that had guided his rise to power had been fully realized through a combination of military capability, political sophistication, and strategic patience that few medieval rulers could have matched. However, the ultimate test of Sweyn's achievement would be his ability to consolidate and maintain his conquered territories while developing the governmental institutions necessary for long-term political stability and economic prosperity. The conquest of England represented not an end, but a beginning, the foundation for a Scandinavian empire that could potentially reshape the entire political development of medieval Northern Europe. The Christmas Day proclamation of Sweyn Forkbeard as King of England in 1013 marked the culmination of one of the most remarkable conquest campaigns in medieval European history, and the beginning of what promised to be a transformative period in the political development of both England and Scandinavia. The Danish king, who had spent more than a decade systematically weakening English defences and building the foundation for territorial conquest, now faced the equally challenging task of transforming military victory into stable governmental authority over one of Europe's wealthiest and most sophisticated kingdoms. The ceremonial aspects of Sweyn's recognition as English king were necessarily improvised and abbreviated, as the traditional coronation procedures that would normally accompany such a momentous political transition were impossible to conduct under the extraordinary circumstances that had brought Sweyn to the English throne. The Danish king's authority rested primarily on military conquest and political submission, rather than on the religious sanctions and hereditary legitimacy that typically supported medieval royal authority. Nevertheless, the English nobles and ecclesiastical leaders who gathered to acknowledge Sweyn's kingship conducted their ceremonies with appropriate solemnity and attention to the symbolic requirements that were essential for establishing legitimate royal authority. The recognition that Danish rule represented a fundamental transformation in English political life was balanced by efforts to maintain continuity with established English governmental traditions that had proven their effectiveness over centuries of successful royal administration. Sweyn's approach to establishing his authority throughout England demonstrated remarkable political sophistication and sensitivity to the complex cultural and administrative challenges involved in governing a kingdom whose traditions, institutions, and population were fundamentally different from those of his Danish homeland. Rather than attempting to impose Danish governmental methods wholesale upon English society, the new king chose to work through existing English institutions while gradually introducing modifications that would strengthen royal authority and improve administrative efficiency. The retention of English administrative personnel at both local and regional levels was crucial for maintaining governmental continuity during the transition to Danish rule. Sweyn recognized that the complex legal, financial, and judicial systems that govern English society required expertise and experience that Danish administrators could not immediately provide, making English cooperation essential for effective governance during the crucial early period of Danish royal authority. The integration of Danish military commanders and administrative specialists into existing English governmental structures required careful attention to questions of authority, jurisdiction, and cultural sensitivity that could have created serious conflicts if handled less skillfully. Sweyn's success in managing these potential tensions demonstrated his understanding that successful conquest required not only military victory, but also the development of collaborative relationships that could maintain political stability and economic productivity throughout the conquered territory. The establishment of Danish military garrisons throughout England served multiple purposes that extended beyond the obvious requirements of maintaining security and deterring potential rebellion against the new royal authority. These garrisons provided visible symbols of Danish power, while also serving as administrative centers where Danish officials could coordinate governmental activities and maintain communication with royal headquarters. The geographical distribution of these Danish military installations reflected careful analysis of English political geography and strategic vulnerabilities. Major garrisons were established at London, York, and other crucial administrative centers, while smaller Danish forces were positioned to control important transportation routes, commercial centres, and potential strongholds that could serve as rallying points for English resistance movements. The logistical requirements for maintaining these distributed military forces created complex supply and communication challenges that tested the administrative capabilities that Sweyn had developed through his earlier campaigns. The successful resolution of these challenges demonstrated the sophistication of Danish governmental organization and the effectiveness of the preparatory work that had preceded the conquest campaign. The economic policies that Sweyn implemented during his brief reign reflected his understanding that maintaining English prosperity was essential for generating the revenues that would be necessary for governing the expanded Danish kingdom, while also funding the military forces required to maintain Danish control over conquered territories, rather than simply extracting wealth from England through traditional tribute collection. The Danish king sought to preserve and enhance English economic productivity. The preservation of existing English commercial relationships and trading networks was particularly important for maintaining the international commerce that provided substantial revenues to the English royal treasury. Sweyn's policies toward English merchants and their foreign trading partners demonstrated his recognition that economic disruption could undermine the very foundations of royal power that had made England so attractive as a conquest target. The continuation of English legal and judicial institutions under Danish royal authority required careful balance between respect for traditional English legal principles and the assertion of Danish royal prerogatives. Sweyn's approach to these challenges revealed his sophisticated understanding of the relationship between legal legitimacy and political authority, as well as his recognition that arbitrary changes in legal procedures could provoke resistance and undermine governmental stability. The religious dimensions of Sweyn's English kingship created particularly complex challenges, as the Danish king needed to establish working relationships with English ecclesiastical authorities while maintaining his own religious and cultural identity. The English Church represented not only a powerful political institution, but also the cultural and spiritual foundation of English society, making ecclesiastical cooperation essential for long-term political success. Sweyn's policies toward English religious institutions demonstrated remarkable tolerance and political pragmatism, as he chose to work with existing church leadership rather than attempting to impose Danish religious practices or personnel upon English ecclesiastical structures. This approach helped to maintain religious continuity during the political transition, while also securing ecclesiastical support for Danish royal authority. The administrative innovations that Sweyn began to implement during his English reign reflected his vision of creating an integrated North Sea kingdom that could effectively coordinate governmental activities across the Danish, Norwegian, and English territories that comprised his expanded realm. These innovations required sophisticated understanding of the practical challenges involved in governing territories separated by substantial distances and characterized by different cultural traditions and institutional structures. The development of communication systems that could maintain reliable contact between different parts of Sweyn's kingdom represented one of the most challenging aspects of his governmental responsibilities. The coordination of policies and resources across Denmark, Norway, and England required regular exchange of information, personnel, and materials that stretched medieval communication capabilities to their limits. The establishment of Danish royal authority in England also required careful attention to questions of succession and long-term political stability that would determine whether Danish rule could be maintained beyond Sweyn's own lifetime. The king's planning for the eventual transfer of royal authority to his heirs reflected his understanding that conquest success would be meaningless unless it could be transformed into enduring political institutions. The integration of English military resources into Danish strategic planning represented another crucial aspect of Sweyn's governmental responsibilities during his brief English reign. The substantial military capabilities that England possessed could significantly enhance Danish power if they could be effectively mobilized, but they could also pose serious threats to Danish authority if they were organized in support of English resistance movements. Sweyn's approach to English military integration demonstrated his understanding that loyalty and cooperation could not be commanded through force alone, but required the development of mutual interests and shared objectives that would make English military leaders willing partners in Danish strategic enterprises. The recruitment of English military personnel for Danish service required careful attention to questions of honor, compensation, and career advancement that could make Danish service attractive to capable English commanders. The economic integration of England into Sweyn's broader kingdom offered enormous opportunities for enhanced prosperity and expanded trade relationships that could benefit all parts of the Danish realm. The combination of English commercial sophistication, Danish maritime capabilities, and Norwegian naval expertise created possibilities for economic development that none of these territories could have achieved independently. However, the realization of these economic opportunities required careful coordination of trade policies, currency systems, and commercial regulations that could facilitate exchange between different parts of the kingdom, while maintaining the distinct advantages that each territory contributed to the overall economic relationship. Sweyn's initial efforts to address these challenges revealed both the enormous potential and the substantial complexity involved in creating an integrated North Sea economy. The international implications of Sweyn's English conquest were also significant for the broader European political context within which his reign would unfold. The emergence of a unified Danish-Norwegian-English kingdom under aggressive and capable leadership represented a new factor in European international relations that other major powers would need to consider in their own strategic planning. The response of continental European kingdoms to Sweyn's conquest success would potentially determine whether Danish rule in England could be maintained against external challenges, or whether foreign intervention might provide opportunities for English resistance movements to overthrow Danish authority. Sweyn's diplomatic initiatives during his brief English reign reflected his understanding that international recognition and acceptance would be crucial for long-term success. The French kingdoms, which had provided refuge for the exiled Ethelred and which maintained their own interests in English political development, represented particularly important factors in the international context that would determine the ultimate fate of Danish rule in England. The management of relationships with these potential enemies required diplomatic skills and strategic vision that would test Sweyn's capabilities as a European statesman, as well as a military conqueror. The German kingdoms, which had their own complex relationships with Danish power, and which possessed substantial military capabilities that could potentially threaten Danish interests, also required careful attention and diplomatic management. Sweyn's policies toward these neighboring powers would determine whether his English conquest could be maintained as part of a stable European political order, or whether it would provoke conflicts that could ultimately undermine Danish achievements. As Sweyn established his authority throughout England during the final weeks of 1013, the scope and ambition of his achievement became increasingly apparent to observers throughout Europe. The creation of a North Sea empire that unified three of medieval Europe's most important maritime kingdoms represented a transformation in the balance of power that could potentially reshape the entire political development of Northern Europe. However, the ultimate test of Sweyn's achievement would be his ability to maintain and consolidate his conquest while developing the institutional foundations necessary for long-term political stability and economic prosperity. The military victories that had brought him to the English throne were only the beginning of what promised to be an even more challenging phase of his reign, as he attempted to transform conquest success into enduring governmental authority. The brief period of Sweyn's English kingship would provide only limited opportunities to address these enormous challenges, but the policies and innovations that he began to implement during these crucial weeks would establish precedents and foundations that would influence the political development of his kingdom for generations to come. The Danish king, who had conquered England through military genius and strategic vision, would now need to demonstrate equal capabilities as a ruler and administrator if his achievements were to survive beyond his own lifetime. The death of Sweyn Forkbeard on February 3rd, 1014, barely 5 weeks after his triumphant recognition as King of England, stands as one of history's most dramatic examples of how quickly the course of kingdoms can change through the intervention of fate. The Danish king, who had spent more than a decade methodically building the foundation for one of medieval Europe's most successful conquest campaigns, was struck down at the very moment when his achievements seemed most secure and his future prospects most promising. The location of Sweyn's death at Gainsborough in Lincolnshire was itself significant, as this English town had served as one of his primary military headquarters during the final conquest campaign and represented the administrative centre from which he had been coordinating the establishment of Danish royal authority throughout England. The choice of Gainsborough as a base of operations had reflected Sweyn's strategic understanding of English political geography and his recognition that effective governance of his new kingdom would require maintaining strong connections between different regions of England, while also preserving reliable communication with his Scandinavian territories. The circumstances surrounding Sweyn's death remain somewhat mysterious, as the various contemporary chroniclers who recorded the event provided conflicting accounts of its immediate cause and the specific symptoms that preceded it. Some sources suggest that the king died from sudden illness, possibly the result of disease or some form of acute medical crisis that medieval medical knowledge was powerless to address effectively. Other accounts describe what appears to have been an accident, possibly involving a fall from his horse during routine travel or military activities. The physical demands and constant dangers that characterized medieval military leadership made such accidents relatively common, and even experienced warriors like Sweyn could fall victim to circumstances beyond their control. Still, other sources hint at more mysterious or supernatural explanations for the Danish king's sudden demise, reflecting the medieval tendency to interpret dramatic political events in terms of divine intervention or spiritual forces. Some English chroniclers suggested that Sweyn's death represented divine punishment for his conquest of Christian England, while Danish sources occasionally attributed his demise to sorcery or other forms of supernatural intervention by English enemies. The most intriguing of these supernatural accounts claims that Sweyn was visited in his sleep by the spirit of St. Edmund, the East Anglian king who had been martyred by Viking raiders more than a century earlier, and who had become one of England's most revered saints. According to this legend, Edmund appeared to Sweyn during the night and struck him down with a spiritual spear as punishment for his conquest of English Christian territory. While such supernatural explanations clearly reflect the religious and cultural attitudes of medieval chroniclers rather than historical fact, they do illustrate the profound shock that Sweyn's sudden death created throughout both England and Scandinavia. The Danish king's apparent physical health and vigorous mental energy had given no indication that his life was approaching its end, making his death particularly unexpected and traumatic for his supporters and opponents alike. The immediate aftermath of Sweyn's death created a complex political crisis that would ultimately determine the fate of his English conquest and the future development of the North Sea Empire that he had created through his military and diplomatic achievements. The Danish military forces that were stationed throughout England faced the immediate challenge of maintaining their authority and security without the leadership and legitimacy that Sweyn's personal presence had provided. The Danish commanders, who had served under Sweyn's direct authority, possessed substantial military capabilities and considerable experience in the practical challenges of governing conquered territory, but they lacked the political legitimacy and strategic vision that would be necessary for maintaining Danish rule over England in the face of inevitable English resistance and potential external intervention. The English political response to news of Sweyn's death was swift and decisive, reflecting the limited depth of English acceptance of Danish rule and the continuing loyalty that many English leaders maintained toward their traditional royal institutions. The possibility of restoring English independence under legitimate Anglo-Saxon leadership suddenly appeared realistic for the first time since the beginning of Sweyn's Conquest campaign. The recall of Ethelred the Unready from his Norman exile was organized with remarkable speed and efficiency, demonstrating that English opposition to Danish rule had remained better organized and more determined than the apparent completeness of Sweyn's conquest victory had suggested. The English nobles and ecclesiastical leaders who had submitted to Danish authority apparently viewed their recognition of Sweyn as a temporary expedient rather than a permanent acceptance of foreign rule. The negotiations that preceded Ethelred's return to England revealed important changes in English political attitudes that had resulted from the experience of Danish conquest and the brief period of Danish rule. English leaders who invited their exiled king to return also insisted on political reforms and governmental improvements that would address the weaknesses and failures that had enabled Danish conquest in the first place. These political conditions demonstrated that English society had learned important lessons from the disasters of Ethelred's earlier reign and the success of Sweyn's conquest campaign. The recognition that political and military reforms were necessary for maintaining English independence represented a significant evolution in English political thinking that could potentially strengthen the kingdom's future defensive capabilities. The return of Ethelred to England in the spring of 1014 was accomplished with surprisingly little resistance from the Danish forces that remained in the country, reflecting both the political isolation of these forces following Sweyn's death and their recognition that maintaining Danish control without substantial reinforcement from Scandinavia would be extremely difficult, if not impossible. However, the restoration of Anglo-Saxon royal authority did not immediately eliminate the Danish presence in England or resolve the fundamental political and military challenges that had enabled Sweyn's conquest in the first place. The Danish forces under the command of Sweyn's son Cnut retained control of substantial English territory and possessed the military capability to challenge English royal authority if they could secure adequate support from Scandinavia. The political situation in Denmark following Sweyn's death created additional complications for both English and Danish strategic planning. The succession to Danish royal authority was not automatically clear, as Sweyn's various sons possessed different claims and capabilities that would need to be resolved through political negotiation or military conflict before Danish policy toward England could be definitively determined. Harald, Sweyn's eldest son, succeeded to the Danish throne and inherited the primary responsibility for maintaining Danish territorial integrity and defending Danish interests against potential external threats. However, his focus necessarily remained concentrated on Scandinavian affairs rather than on the more speculative and expensive enterprise of reconquering England. Cnut, who had remained in England with substantial Danish military forces, possessed both the military capability and the personal motivation to attempt the reconquest of English territory that his father had briefly controlled. However, his success would ultimately depend on his ability to secure adequate support from Denmark and other Scandinavian allies who might view English conquest as a worthwhile investment of their resources and capabilities. The transportation of Sweyn's body back to Denmark for burial represented both a practical necessity and a political symbol that would influence the future development of Danish policy toward England. The elaborate funeral ceremonies that accompanied Sweyn's interment in Denmark provided opportunities for Danish political and military leaders to evaluate the costs and benefits of continuing their English enterprises. The location chosen for Sweyn's burial reflected the religious and cultural transformation that had characterized his reign and his approach to royal authority. Some sources suggest that he was buried at Roskilde Cathedral, which would have demonstrated his commitment to Christian kingship and his desire to be remembered as a legitimate European monarch, rather than simply as a successful Viking raider. Other sources indicate that his burial may have taken place at Lund Cathedral, in what is now southern Sweden, but was then part of the Danish kingdom. This location would have emphasized Sweyn's role in unifying and expanding Danish territorial control, while also acknowledging the Scandinavian foundations of his power and achievements. The uncertainty about Sweyn's exact burial location reflects the broader uncertainties and political divisions that characterized the immediate aftermath of his death, and that would ultimately determine whether his achievements could be maintained and expanded by his successors. The Danish kingdom that Sweyn left behind was substantially larger and more powerful than the one he had inherited from his father, but it also faced new challenges and opportunities that would test the institutional foundations he had established. The international response to Sweyn's death revealed the extent to which his personal capabilities and leadership had been essential for maintaining the complex political relationships that held his Norse empire together. The alliances and diplomatic arrangements that had supported his expansion efforts required continuous attention and skillful management that could not easily be transferred to less experienced successors. The Norwegian territories that had accepted Danish overlordship under Sweyn's leadership would need to be managed carefully to prevent their defection to competing Scandinavian powers or their establishment as independent kingdoms under local leadership. The economic relationships and military cooperation that had made Sweyn's expansion possible could not be taken for granted by his successors. The European political context within which Sweyn's successors would operate had also been fundamentally altered by his achievements and his sudden death. The emergence and collapse of Danish rule in England had demonstrated both the possibilities and the limitations of Scandinavian expansion, creating new awareness among continental European powers of the potential threats and opportunities that existed in Northern European political relationships. The legacy of Sweyn's brief but dramatic reign as King of England would continue to influence Anglo-Danish relationships for generations to come, as subsequent Danish kings would be inspired by his example, while English kings would remain conscious of their vulnerability to Scandinavian conquest. The precedent that Sweyn had established would make future Danish invasions more likely, while also encouraging English governments to address the military and political weaknesses that had enabled his success. The ultimate significance of Sweyn's death lay not only in its immediate political consequences, but also in its demonstration of how individual leadership and personal capabilities could determine the fate of entire kingdoms and peoples. The Danish king, whose strategic vision and tactical genius had created one of medieval Europe's most impressive conquest achievements, was ultimately as vulnerable to the uncertainties of mortality as any of his humblest subjects. The sudden end of Sweyn Forkbeard's remarkable career served as a powerful reminder of the contingent and unpredictable nature of medieval political development, where the most carefully planned strategies and the most impressive achievements could be undone by events beyond human control or prediction. His death marked not only the end of an extraordinary individual life, but also a turning point in the political development of Northern Europe. whose consequences would resonate throughout the medieval period and beyond. The death of Sweyn Forkbeard created a political vacuum that would ultimately be filled by his son Cnut, who would transform his father's brief conquest into one of the most enduring and influential reigns in medieval European history. The young Danish prince, who had remained in England with substantial military forces following his father's death, possessed both the capability and the determination necessary to reconquer the English kingdom and establish the stable North Sea empire that Sweyn had envisioned but had not lived to consolidate. The return of Cnut to England in 1015, barely a year after his father's death and Ethelred's restoration, demonstrated the continuing Danish commitment to English conquest, while also revealing the inadequacy of English defensive measures and the fundamental weaknesses in Anglo-Saxon royal authority that had enabled Sweyn's original success. The younger Danish king brought with him not only military forces, but also a more sophisticated understanding of the political and administrative challenges involved in maintaining Danish rule over English territory. Cnut's approach to English conquest was influenced by both his father's achievements and the lessons learned from the brief collapse of Danish authority following Sweyn's death. The younger king recognized that military victory alone would be insufficient for creating stable Danish rule, and that successful conquest would require building genuine political relationships with English society, rather than simply imposing Danish authority through force. The military campaigns that brought Cnut to the English throne demonstrated tactical and strategic sophistication that equaled or exceeded his father's achievements, while also revealing important innovations in Danish military organization and diplomatic strategy. The coordination between Danish naval forces and land-based operations reached new levels of effectiveness, while the integration of English allies and collaborators into Danish military efforts created political momentum that proved decisive for ultimate success. The death of Ethelred in 1016, followed shortly afterward by the death of his son Edmund Ironside, eliminated the primary symbols of English resistance to Danish rule, while also creating opportunities for political accommodation between Danish conquerors and English subjects. Cnut's marriage to Emma of Normandy, Ethelred's widow, provided symbolic continuity with English royal traditions, while also securing valuable international alliances that would strengthen Danish rule. The governmental institutions that Cnut established for ruling England reflected sophisticated understanding of both English administrative traditions and the practical requirements of governing a large and culturally diverse kingdom through a relatively small Danish apparatus, rather than attempting to replace English institutions wholesale. Cnut chose to work through existing structures while gradually introducing Danish personnel and practices that would strengthen royal authority and improve administrative efficiency. The success of Cnut's English rule was demonstrated by the stability and prosperity that characterized his reign, as the Danish king proved capable of providing the effective governance that had been notably absent during the later years of Ethelred's troubled reign. English society gradually adapted to Danish leadership while maintaining its distinctive cultural and legal traditions, creating a synthesis that would influence English political development for centuries to come. The expansion of Cnut's authority to include Denmark following his brother Harald's death in 1019 created the foundation for the comprehensive North Sea empire that Sweyn had originally envisioned. The unification of English and Danish royal authority under a single capable ruler provided opportunities for economic and cultural exchange that would benefit both kingdoms, while also creating military capabilities that could dominate Northern European political development. The conquest of Norway in 1028 completed Cnut's realization of his father's strategic vision, as the great North Sea Empire finally encompassed all three of the major maritime kingdoms that controlled the crucial trade routes and naval resources of Northern Europe. The political and military coordination that this achievement required demonstrated administrative capabilities that represented significant evolution beyond traditional Scandinavian governmental methods. The institutional innovations that Cnut developed for governing his extensive territories would provide models and precedents that would influence European political development throughout the medieval period. The integration of different legal systems, administrative practices, and cultural traditions under unified royal authority required governmental sophistication that few medieval rulers could match. The economic prosperity that characterized Cnut's reign reflected both the natural advantages of his unified territories and the effectiveness of the policies that he implemented to encourage trade, improve agricultural productivity, and maintain political stability throughout his domains. The combination of English commercial sophistication, Danish maritime capabilities, and Norwegian naval expertise created economic opportunities that none of these territories could have achieved independently. The international relationships that Cnut cultivated with other European powers demonstrated the diplomatic skills that were essential for maintaining such an extensive and diverse kingdom, while also securing recognition and acceptance from potential rivals. The Danish king's ability to function effectively within the broader European political system represented important evolution in Scandinavian royal capabilities and international relationships. The religious policies that Cnut implemented throughout his territories reflected careful balance between respect for local traditions and the assertion of royal authority over ecclesiastical institutions. His patronage of Christian churches and monasteries, while maintaining tolerance for traditional practices, created religious stability that contributed significantly to the overall success of his reign. However, the ultimate test of Cnut's achievement was his ability to establish institutional foundations that could survive the transition to his successors and maintain the political unity that he had created through his personal capabilities and leadership. The division of his empire among his sons following his death in 1035 would reveal both the strengths and the limitations of the governmental systems that he had established. The reign of Harald Harefoot in England from 1035 to 1040 demonstrated some of the challenges involved in maintaining Danish rule without the exceptional capabilities that had characterized both Sweyn and Cnut. The younger king's limited experience and political skills created opportunities for English resistance that had been effectively suppressed during his father's reign. The succession of Harthacnut to the English throne in 1040 represented an attempt to restore the unified leadership that had characterized Cnut's reign, as the new king inherited both English and Danish royal authority. However, his brief and unsuccessful reign demonstrated that personal capability, rather than institutional structure, remained the primary determinant of governmental effectiveness. The death of Harthacnut in 1042, without direct heirs, marked the effective end of Danish rule in England and the restoration of the Anglo-Saxon royal house under Edward the Confessor. However, the political and cultural changes that had occurred during the period of Danish rule would continue to influence English development throughout the medieval period and beyond. The Norman conquest of England in 1066 represented, in many ways, the indirect continuation of the Scandinavian influence that Sweyn had first established through his conquest of England. The Normans themselves were descendants of Viking settlers who had established themselves in northwestern France during the previous century, and their conquest of England represented the final realization of Scandinavian ambitions for territorial expansion. The institutional and cultural synthesis that had been created through Danish rule in England provided foundations for the remarkable political and economic development that would characterize later medieval English history. The administrative innovations, legal principles, and governmental practices that had been introduced or modified during the Danish period would continue to influence English political development long after the restoration of Anglo-Saxon royal authority. The commercial relationships and trade networks that had been established or expanded during the period of the North Sea Empire would also continue to shape economic development throughout Northern Europe. The integration of English, Danish, and Norwegian economies under unified political authority had created patterns of exchange and cooperation that would persist even after political unity had been lost. The military innovations and tactical developments that had made Danish conquest possible would continue to influence medieval warfare throughout Europe. The coordination of naval and land-based operations, the integration of different types of military forces, and the sophisticated logistics that had characterized Danish campaigns would provide models for subsequent military organizations. The cultural exchange that had occurred between Scandinavian and English societies during the period of Danish rule would have lasting effects on literature, art, legal traditions, and social institutions throughout Northern Europe. The synthesis of Germanic and Scandinavian cultural elements that had been achieved through political unification would continue to influence cultural development long after political separation had occurred. The international precedents that had been established through Sweyn's conquest and Cnut's subsequent reign would continue to influence European political relationships throughout the medieval period. The demonstration that unified Scandinavian power could successfully challenge established European kingdoms would encourage subsequent efforts at territorial expansion, while also prompting defensive measures by potential target kingdoms. The ultimate historical significance of Sweyn Forkbeard's achievement lay not only in its immediate political and military consequences, but also in its demonstration of the possibilities and limitations of medieval conquest and empire building. The Danish king, who had transformed a quest for personal revenge into one of history's most successful territorial expansions, had established precedents and created institutions that would influence European political development for centuries to come. The brief but dramatic period of Danish rule in England represented both the culmination of the Viking Age and the foundation for new forms of political organization that would characterize later medieval European development. The transformation from traditional Scandinavian raiding to sophisticated territorial conquest and governmental administration represented important evolution in medieval political capabilities that would influence subsequent historical development throughout the region. The legacy of Sweyn Forkbeard thus extended far beyond his brief personal reign to encompass the broader transformation of Northern European political relationships that his achievements had made possible. The Danish king, who had conquered England through military genius and strategic vision, had also established the foundation for political and cultural developments that would shape European history throughout the medieval period and beyond. His name would be remembered not only as a successful conqueror, but also as a transformative figure who had demonstrated the possibilities of Scandinavian political achievement, while also revealing the challenges and limitations that characterize medieval efforts at empire building. The whispered stories of his remarkable life would continue to inspire and instruct future generations of leaders who faced their own challenges in the endless human struggle for political achievement and lasting influence. As our gentle journey through the remarkable life of Sweyn Forkbeard draws to its quiet close, we find ourselves reflecting on the extraordinary transformation that could occur within a single medieval lifetime, when vision, determination, and circumstance combined to reshape the political landscape of an entire continent. The Danish prince, who began his story in rebellion against his father, would conclude his brief but luminous reign as the first Scandinavian king to claim the English crown, leaving behind a legacy that would echo through the centuries in ways both profound and subtle. In these final, peaceful moments of our historical tale, let your mind drift gently over the misty waters of the North Sea, where Sweyn's longships once carried the hopes and ambitions of an entire people toward distant shores rich with possibility. Imagine the soft sound of waves against wooden hulls, the gentle creak of rope and sail, as Danish warriors gazed across the horizon toward an England that seemed both foreign and familiar, dangerous yet full of promise. Picture the quiet halls of medieval Denmark, where young Sweyn once learned the patient arts of kingship from his father Harald Bluetooth, never imagining that their differences would one day drive him to seek the crown through force of arms. See the great ring fortresses rising from Danish soil, their circular ramparts standing eternal guard over a kingdom that was learning to balance ancient traditions with new possibilities, old gods with new faith. Feel the weight of years passing like gentle autumn leaves, as Sweyn transformed from ambitious prince to accomplished king, from regional ruler to architect of empire, from seeker of revenge to creator of lasting institutions. Each campaign, each victory, each careful negotiation added another layer to the great work of his life, building toward the brief but brilliant moment when he would unite the crowns of Denmark, Norway, and England under his single, determined rule. The tragic brevity of Sweyn's reign as King of England reminds us that even the most carefully planned achievements remain subject to the mysterious forces that govern human destiny. Yet, in that brevity, we find a different kind of completeness, the satisfaction of a vision realized, a quest fulfilled, a dream made manifest even if only for the briefest of winter seasons. His legacy lived on in the remarkable reign of his son Cnut, who would build upon his father's foundation to create one of medieval Europe's most successful and enduring political achievements. The Norse Empire that Sweyn had envisioned became, under Cnut's capable hands, a reality that would influence the development of Northern European civilization for generations to come. But perhaps the most profound legacy of Sweyn Forkbeard lies not in the kingdoms he conquered or the institutions he created, but in the demonstration of human possibility that his life represented. In an age when most people lived and died within a few miles of their birthplace, he dared to envision a world transformed. In a time when traditional boundaries seemed fixed and unchangeable, he proved that determination and wisdom could reshape the very foundations of political power. As you drift toward peaceful sleep, let the gentle rhythm of this ancient story carry you into dreams of distant times and distant places, where the courage of individuals could change the course of history, and where the quiet wisdom of kings could bridge the waters that separate peoples and nations. In the soft darkness of night, may you find the same restful peace that finally came to this remarkable king, whose brief but brilliant reign illuminated the possibilities hidden within every human life. The waves that once carried Sweyn's ships continue their eternal dance between Denmark and England, between past and present, between the world that was and the world that might yet be. In their gentle, rhythmic music, we find the lullaby that has sung countless generations to their rest, reminding us that every ending is also a beginning, every conclusion the seed of new stories yet to unfold. Sleep well, dear listener, in the knowledge that the human spirit's capacity for achievement and transformation remains as boundless today as it was in the time of kings and kingdoms, when a Danish prince could dream of empire and wake to find his vision made real beneath the vast, star-filled skies of medieval Europe. Rest now in peaceful dreams of ancient crowns and distant shores, of ships returning home across moonlit waters, and of the quiet satisfaction that comes to those who dare greatly and achieve beyond their wildest hopes. The story of Sweyn Forkbeard has ended, but the timeless truths it reveals about human ambition, determination, and the eternal possibility of transformation will continue to inspire and comfort for as long as stories are told and dreams are dreamed, in the gentle silence that follows every tale well told. May you find the deepest peace and the most restorative sleep, carried to your rest by the whispered voices of history and the timeless promise that every ending leads to new beginnings, every conclusion to fresh possibilities, every peaceful sleep to bright tomorrows filled with their own dreams of transformation and achievement. Sweet dreams, dear friend, and may your rest be as peaceful as the ancient kingdoms now rest beneath the gentle passage of time, their stories preserved forever in the quiet corners of human memory, where the achievements of kings and the dreams of common folk alike find their eternal home in the great, unending story of human hope and possibility. The End thank you for joining us on this peaceful journey through history. If you enjoyed this gentle tale of kings and kingdoms, conquest and legacy, please remember to like this video, subscribe to Sleepy Crown for more restful historical narratives, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Until our next journey into the peaceful past, rest well and dream sweetly. Final word count. Approximately 35,000 words. Estimated duration 3 hours.